I'm very happy to present this 4-hour, almost entirely unedited interview with the great Dr. David E. Nichols. Nichols is almost unparalleled in the history of psychedelic science. It's really Nichols and Shulgin. Those are the two masters. Those are the people who dedicated their lives to this and made the most major contributions. And they are giants in this field. True giants. I mean, I think David E. Nichols is the only person I've ever interviewed who's taller than me, with the exception of Alexander Shulgin, who is even taller than Nichols. Nichols is probably 6'3", and Alexander Shulgin must have been something like 6'5". I mean, these are enormous, brilliant, incredible men. Shulgin, of course, was a more flamboyant figure. He played by the rules, but also was very much willing to break them when he thought the rules were unfair and absurd. He towed the line, and he was a bit of a renegade, a contrarian. He was naughty. Nichols, on the other hand, flew below the radar. He did not have the same following that Alexander Shulgin had. I remember when I was filming the MDMA episode in season 2, I was talking with the MDMA chemist about Alexander Shulgin, and then I said something about the work of David E. Nichols, and he said, "Who's that? Who's David E. Nichols?" And I realized that there were actually quite a few people who didn't know who he was, which was amazing to me because for me, Nichols has always been that brilliant person who's still there, still working. He doesn't quit. He was always kind to me. I've interviewed him maybe 5 times in my life, and his story is truly extraordinary. I mean, he came from a working class family, worked his way through his undergrad degree, did very well in graduate school, started this lab with no funding in a controversial area, and then rose to the very top of the field. I mean, this is a inspiring and amazing man. And also, I mean, I remember seeing some interview with Keith Richards a while ago, and he was saying something about how he's the only person who can make fun of Mick Jagger or see Mick Jagger as a real person because everyone else sees Mick Jagger as a god. And I feel like Nichols is sort of like that as well. There's a tendency that a lot of people have, myself included, to almost deify some of these characters in psychedelic history, people like Alexander Shulgin or Anne Shulgin. To me, they are as close as it gets to gods. And to someone like Nichols, they're just people. He'll make some kind of offhand remark like, "Oh, Anne Shulgin, once I was over there for dinner and she made me a peanut butter and ham sandwich. What kind of a sandwich is that?" And I think, wow, I would be so delighted to get a peanut butter and ham sandwich from Anne Shulgin. But he sees these people as people because he knew them for decades. He collaborated with them. He was integral in the construction of P-Call and T-Call. Much of the material in those books is derived from his work. He is the president and founder of the Hefter Foundation. He synthesized the MDMA that Rick Doblin used in MAPS clinical trials. He synthesized the DMT for Rick Strassman. He synthesized the psilocybin for Roland Griffiths at Johns Hopkins. He has done so much work that I often found myself asking him a question like, "Have you heard of this sort of thing? Have you heard? What are your thoughts on this?" Only to realize that not only had he heard of it, he invented it. He was responsible for it. This interview takes place over the course of a few days. During parts of the interview, there is a panting sound in the background. That is his dog, Marco, who's in his lap snoring. So I'm just warning you in advance. There's some cute dog sounds that are present for parts of the interview. During other parts of the interview, there are various laboratory sounds because while I'm speaking with him, he is synthesizing a compound that he called CLAD with the intention of creating something that would covalently bind with the 5-HT2A receptor. Very interesting project. A couple of other quick notes just to prepare you. We talk about proline derivatives of tryptamines at one point. Now, there's a little bit of interesting history here that you hear mentioned every now and then. I was speaking with Leonard Picard, and he mentioned that there was a series of compounds that Shulgin didn't want people to know about, which is very un-Shulgin. Shulgin was someone that always wanted his research to be known. Maybe like any scientist, he didn't always want things to be known before they were published, but I don't think he typically had a perspective where he thought information was dangerous and should be hidden from the public. But I'd heard from Leonard that there was one compound that he did think that about. I also heard that from someone named Michael Mason, who wrote a really interesting and well-researched profile of Gordon Todd Skinner. And I also heard this, I believe, independently from Savinelli, and they all said it was a psychedelic nicotine derivative. And I, of course, thought quite a bit about that, and I couldn't think of any psychedelics that could be called derivatives of nicotine, but what I expect they were referring to are these N-methylpyrrolidinyl tryptamines, these 3-prolyl compounds with the carbonyl reduced entirely to an alkane, if that makes sense. For a period, these were actually sold as research chemicals. One of them was called lucigenol. I've heard that they're actually unpleasant, so it seems like this concern was unwarranted, but I just wanted to talk about that quickly as a contextual note. The other thing that I wanted to briefly mention as a short contextual note is we discuss the R-LSB compound. This is the lysergic acid sec-butylamide, which was reportedly being produced by Nick Sand in his clandestine laboratory. And it was originally produced by Richard Pioch at Eli Lilly in 1961. And there's a really interesting history there that I wanted to briefly touch on before getting into this interview, which is that when I was filming the LSD episode, I started thinking, wouldn't it be cool to go to a ergot museum of some kind? Wouldn't that be interesting? Like, I wonder if such a thing exists. So I type in ergot museum, and I find that, in fact, there is an ergot museum in Dassel, Minnesota. So I think, that's pretty random, I guess. Like, why there? And so I call up the ergot museum, and I say, what's the deal? Why do you have this museum here? And a nice old woman picked up the phone, and she said, oh, well, this used to be Universal Laboratories. And I said, what was Universal Laboratories? And she said, oh, well, we were the biggest producer of ergot in the United States. And I said, And she said, and ergot has a very interesting history. Did you know that some people think it was the first chemical weapon? The Assyrians would put ergot into the well water of their enemies to poison them. And I thought, that's very interesting. And I asked, well, what were you doing with all of this ergot? If you're the biggest producer of ergot in the United States, where was it all going? And she said, well, we supplied Eli Lilly, the pharmaceutical company, with all of their ergot. And I said, well, what was Eli Lilly doing with all of this ergot? And she said, well, that's a great question. I don't know. So I normally don't get into this kind of stuff, but it's worth noting that in 1953, the CIA signed a $400,000 contract with Eli Lilly under MK Ultra to produce LSD, and this coincided with an expansion of Universal Laboratories. So I believe that this weird ergot museum is a historical landmark to unwittingly memorialize the CIA's investment in psychochemical weaponry. An interesting historical aside. But really, I encourage you all to cherish this insanely interesting, wonderful man that is David E. Nichols. And this is a really great opportunity to learn about his research. He talks about his childhood. He talks about really almost everything in his career. And there is so much to learn from what he did, so I hope you enjoy it. Hello. This podcast is available unedited and ad-free at patreon.com/Hamilton Morris. Each month, I release 3 to 4 new podcasts, and it was Patreon exclusive until recently. Many people contacted me and said they wanted me to figure out a way to make it freely available, and so I decided to accept sponsorship from a few of my friends. One of them is David Rentlin, the founder of a company called Lucy Nicotine. They make nicotine gum, nicotine pouches, nicotine lozenges, some of which are made with synthetic nicotine, which I think is pretty cool. Now, if you don't already use nicotine, I recommend that you don't start. It's habit forming. But if you already do use nicotine products, and especially if you smoke tobacco cigarettes, I can say that this is a cleaner product. And it's also a product that I use personally. If you go to lucy.co and use the code Hamilton, you get 20% off your purchase. Were you always interested in chemistry?
I guess I was always interested in science. And I read a lot of science fiction as a child. That was my sort of favorite genre. I was actually going to be a physician. And I had a friend named John Rickey, and his parents had a basement fitted out with a sort of a pseudo-operating suite. They had a big plywood board hanging from chains in the ceiling, and they got hospital gowns and masks for us, and I used to go to his house, and they would take pictures of us dissecting chickens, taking the gallbladder out of a whole chicken and putting in a bottle of alcohol and stuff. And so we were pretending to be little doctors. And when I got to high school, people told me to be a doctor, you need to be able to, you need to know Latin. So I took Latin in the 9th grade, and I hated it. I didn't do well in it. I thought, if I have to do Latin to be a doctor, I'm not going to be a doctor. He actually moved away and became a physician. He moved to Cincinnati, became a physician. So then I switched over more or less to science and chemistry and biology. So at one point when I was in high school, I had an extensive set of chemical abstracts that I bought from somebody used. I used to go through and find, experiments people had done and reproduce them, so I had kind of a laboratory in the house. We had a house that my parents had built to rent out the upstairs after the kids all moved out. And so it had a kitchen, so that was my bedroom. So I slept in half of it, and then the other half was my laboratory. I had a sink and water and a hood and everything. I mean, an exhaust fan. So, so I was always interested in science. And in high school, I was kind of the chemistry geek. I figured out how to make an improved stink bomb that wasn't dangerous and things like that.
What was it?
Well, the classic stink bomb was iron sulfide and acid. If you take iron sulfide and put it in acid, it would generate hydrogen sulfide, kind of rotten egg gas. And I didn't want to carry a bottle of acid around. I thought that was a little dangerous. So then I eventually came to the discovery that aluminum sulfide was reactive enough that water was acidic enough to generate hydrogen sulfide. So I had an iron crucible, and I put in powdered aluminum and sulfur, and then I would heat it up, ignite it, and then after it reacted, there would be these sort of pewter-covered lumps of aluminum sulfide. You dig them out with a screwdriver. You just throw them in water, and they just bubble and give off hydrogen sulfide. And they were actually fairly hydroscopic. You could just dump some in the back of a room, and they would sit there and slowly suck moisture out of the atmosphere and generate hydrogen sulfide. Not very quickly, but then if you were in that room, you'd start going, what's that smell? So, stuff like that was kind of things you can't do today. I mean, at that time you could go, I used to go to the YMCA to swim on Saturdays, and there was a Rexall drugstore down the corner. You could go in there and buy saltpeter and powdered charcoal and sulfur and make gunpowder, and the pharmacist would just wink at you. So.
And that's what gets a lot of people interested in chemistry.
Oh yeah, you certainly used to. You can't do that anymore. I mean, a lot of chemists of my age that I would talk to, I worked at a company called Hilton Davis, and we were sharing stories of things we did as a child. And he said, one of the things we did that was really kind of, could have gotten in a lot of trouble, is we welded a streetcar to the tracks. I said, what? And of course, streetcars were used widely where he grew up, apparently. And they got thermite and poured it around one of the back wheels while the streetcar was stopped and ignited it and welded the wheel to the tracks. And I thought, well, I never did anything quite that radical, but, but he was a chemist, and he would tell me all these things they'd done when he was little, explosives and bombs and, welding streetcar to the tracks. But the first time I realized, I was in graduate school at the University of Iowa, and we lived in married student housing, and a fellow moved in upstairs with his wife, and he was a chem major, and we were talking, and I said, so how'd you get interested in chemistry? Fully expecting he was going to tell me the same kind of stories. Well, I was an undeclared major, and I started out, I didn't know what I wanted to do, and then I took a course in general chemistry, and I thought, oh, this is really interesting. Maybe I'll be a chemistry major. That was the first time I'd ever talked to anybody who was a chemist who did not have all these experiences as a child of making pyrotechnics and stink bombs and things like that.
Right, yeah. And Shulgin as well, he blew up his dorm room at Harvard with some mercury fulminate or something like that, didn't he?
Oh, never heard that story, yeah. So we made nitrogen triiodide, which is a common thing people would do. It's not that dangerous, but I was reading a book on explosives and pyrotechnics, and it said, this is almost a quote, but not exactly. He said, nitrogen triiodide, so easily made it's better to keep you in ignorance of its method of manufacture. It's so sensitive that the tread of a heavy fly will detonate it. And I thought, oh, they're not going to tell me how to make it, but they're going to tell me it's real. So it turns out you can make it really easily. You just take iodine and put it in ammonia, and you get this black precipitate, and then you filter it out. And so I had found out, well, you need it, if you just put iodine crystals in, which is what most people did, it only reacted on the surface. So, but if you made a concentrated solution, if you took potassium iodide and put iodine crystals, you can make a really concentrated solution of iodine, pour it in concentrated ammonia, you get really a heavy precipitate of nitrogen triiodide. And then you filter it in a filter paper, and it's just this black precipitate, and just put it out. And when it dries, it's really sensitive. Literally, a fly will set it off. So I taught a lot of people how to make that. We did that actually in high school. And the chemistry teacher was also the baseball coach, and he was gone. And so he put us on our honor not to do anything, nefarious while he was gone. So I made this huge batch of nitrogen triiodide. We had it they had a fume hood. And I was in trigonometry class. And when the students came down and said, you need to come up to the chemistry room, because they knew I'd done something. So we went up there. What happened? And I had these two funnels in the hood, and they both had nitrogen triiodide, but one of them had detonated. It had gotten dry enough during the day, because this was late in the afternoon, that one of them had detonated. All the students in the class were standing against the far wall. There's this bang in the hood. We didn't know what happened. So there was one of them that hadn't done that. So I took a wash bottle, and I reached up with my hand, and I put one drop of water on the edge of the filter paper, and then it soaked in. I put another drop, and I put another drop, until it got wet enough. And I said, okay, it's okay, now it's wet. So then we were in there this last period of the day, so we were putting it on things and exploding things. So there was some people in there that were kind of, adventurous is the wrong word, but anyway, they took some out and threw it in the hall. And this is during class. And I didn't know that he had done this. So we're there, and you'd hear bang, bang, bang out in the hall. And we looked out, and the library was just down the hall. And people were tiptoeing through the hall and stepping on whoever had taken it had thrown it in the hall. So they're stepping on it. Sound like a cap, what a cap gun sounds like.
Yes.
So bang, 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 bang. So the librarian was kind of a real prude. So she went down and told the principal, there's something up in the chemistry lab. It's stuff exploding on the floor. And this individual, who I still know who it was, had put a big bunch of it right in the door of the room where the chemistry class was. And there was a little window in there. And the principal was a short guy. He had a back injury, so he never had grown tall. And he came to the door and rattled the door because it was locked. And he set it off. And when nitrogen triiodide explodes, it gives off a cloud of iodine vapor, which is purple. He was shaking the door, he goes, bang! And this cloud of iodine vapor went up in front of him. So he came up, and the principal was really upset, and I was the ringleader. And so then, and the principal, his name was Mr. Honhorst, I think. He said, what was it? I said, well, it's harmless. It's harmless. It's just nitrotriiodide. So then the class was in. So Monday then, when Mr. Richardson, the chemistry teacher, got back, he was, I left you guys to behave and on your honor, and then you caused this big problem and everything. And I thought it was pretty harmless. It was just a joke. Wouldn't have killed anybody or anything. But then he said, what was that? How'd you make it? And then like every year after that, I heard that was my senior year and I graduated. Every year after that, I heard this senior class of chemistry majors was making this stuff and putting it on stuff. So it became kind of like a tradition for a while. So, yeah. So I didn't blow up any rooms or anything. I don't know what Sasha may have made, but fulminates are pretty dangerous. I wouldn't have made those.
But you knew how. You were aware of them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Fulminates and nitroglycerin. I made a tiny bit of nitroglycerin, and then it scared me so much that I washed it down the sink with lots of water. I didn't really know what was going to happen, but you take concentrated nitric and sulfuric acid, mixed glycerin. I kept it in the freezer, and then it rises up to the top. And I thought, uh-oh, what am I going to do with this? So I got rid of it. But
I'm going to pause momentarily for an ad.
We got the rectal kratom guy right off camera right now. I mean, this is what you're telling me. I don't know. That's boofing kratom. It's become a meme on the internet. This is a kratom tea product. It's not intended for boofing. Even if the pH of the human rectum is between 7 and 8, and the pKa of metragenine is 8.1, that's just not really relevant here. This is a tea consumption in hot water. That's what it's for. That's what it should be used for. If you want this tea, you can get it at toptreeherbs.com.
And when did you first become interested in medicinal chemistry and neuroscience and all of these things related to psychedelics?
Well, I kind of was always interested in the brain and consciousness, although I couldn't have verbalized it that precisely. But my BS degree was chemistry with a minor in biological sciences. So I took physiology and biological sciences, and I was fascinated by that. And then when medicinal chemistry combines really pharmacology with chemistry, so it was kind of a natural progression of things I was interested in.
And were you aware of the counterculture and things like that? Did that interest you?
Cincinnati is a very conservative place. All the things that were happening on the West Coast were not happening in Cincinnati. Marco. They weren't happening in Cincinnati. They actually had a place up in Calhoun Street, which was close to the University of Cincinnati, where they had kind of a street that was full of hippie shops. There was a shop up there. They were making leather sandals, and another place that had tie-dyed stuff, and another place that had various kinds of paraphernalia. And the police went up and they just declared them all fire hazards and shut them all down and got them out of there. They didn't want any kind of hippie influence in Cincinnati. And not that I was a hippie, because my parents were really conservative. And so I wasn't, I looked pretty straight, act pretty straight, wasn't allowed to listen to rock and roll in the house. My father forbade us listening to rock and roll music. He was a Pentecostal from Eastern Kentucky. He was raised in a Pentecostal church, and so rock and roll was the devil's music. So we couldn't listen to it. So he was pretty controlling. So I was pretty well behaved.
And he was a preacher, or what was?
No, he was just raised in that church and had pretty right-wing conservative views.
Were your parents scientists?
No. He worked in a printing shop for most of his life, but actually was an electrician and wired houses to make extra money. Actually hired me a couple times to help him put in the sockets in the walls and things. But perfectionist in everything he did. And if he wanted to do something, he'd figure out how to do it, and he'd do it right. And it was funny, they had when they had their 50th anniversary, they had a celebration at their house, and I was there, and they had a lot of their friends. And this fella came over to me and said, "So you're David, you're the oldest." I said, "I am." He said, and my father's name was Earl. He said, "If you want to get something done, and you ask Earl to do it, he'll get it done on time, and he'll do it perfectly." And then he looked at me, he said, "But I sure wouldn't want to be one of his sons." So I said, "Yeah, you're right on that." But But, I think he had PTSD. His father was a faith healer who beat all the kids if they didn't behave, and his, spare the rod and spoil the child was kind of his father's motto. And my father wasn't quite that bad, but when he was the only one, he had, I think, 7 or 8 siblings. He was the youngest. He was a late baby. His next sibling in order was, I think, 8 years older than he was, so he was kind of unexpected. And he was the only one that was allowed to graduate from high school. And the story I heard was his sister Gertrude, who was the one that was closest to him, got in really terrible fights with his father to say, you have to let Earl finish school. None of us finished school because he wanted them all to get out and get jobs and start working on the farm. He worked on the railroad. And so my father's the only one to graduate from high school. And then he went pretty much immediately into the Army. And he probably liked the Army because of the discipline. His father was such a disciplinarian and authoritarian, kind of, if you follow the rules, you won't get in trouble. So I think he really liked the military. He was a radio operator in a tank that went through, I think, France, and they were chasing the Nazis out through France. So I think he had PTSD. I think he saw so many things, and maybe that was part of his problem. But
And so you were in this conservative area. You were becoming interested in the brain and consciousness.
Yeah, so actually some friends in high school, there was another fellow that was a year older than I was in high school, and some of my friends, and they started talking about smoking reefer. So what? You smoking what? Reefer, marijuana, man. And I became concerned because they're my friends, and I thought, this doesn't sound like a good idea. And I started telling me, you guys are going to get addicted, and they start laughing at me. So I went to a bookstore in Cincinnati, used bookstore, and I still have the book. It's called Solomons Manual of Pharmacology. And I read the chapter in there that talked about cannabis. I said, there's nothing to it. It's not addictive. It's harmless. I thought, well, this is not what I'm hearing on the radio all the time. So then I realized I could, I was the one that was most inclined to read these science books. So I had a whole collection of these books about things. So then they would talk about different things that were happening with respect to drugs that were going around. And then I was reading all the current stuff to say, well, this is what they really know about, or this is what it really does. So that really piqued my interest. And then they had University of Kentucky, I guess there was a kind of a wave of LSD that was sweeping through there. And they had federal agents down there. What I heard was that they thought that the Russians were planting drugs in the college campus to pervert the youth. And so anyway, and my friends were all pretty much anti-authoritarian as I developed an anti-authoritarian attitude from a rebellion against my father. So then I just became really interested and became like their local expert. If they'd hear something and they'd say, well, what do you think about that, Dave? And I'd get some books and say, well, here's what I can find out. So I was like their consultant, I guess, on all things drugs. So then I thought, well, this is cool. I should go to school and learn about these more. So that's sort of the direction it went.
I'm going to pause momentarily for an ad. This podcast is also brought to you by the Apollo. The Apollo is a wearable, vibrating bracelet or anklet that appears to be able to modulate your consciousness. And when I first heard about this thing, I was very skeptical. I was at a conference and met a psychiatrist and neuroscientist named David Rabin, and he had built this prototype and let me wear it for a night. During the entire night, I felt very calm and euphoric and good. And I thought, okay, well, maybe this is just placebo. But I also told him that if he ever built more of them, I'd really like to try it again. So he sent me one, and now I've used it for hundreds of hours. It's a very versatile, wearable device that they are selling for stress relief, but you can modulate the frequency of the vibrations to create either a stimulating or calming effect. You can actually sleep wearing it and it seems to help sleep, or you can change the frequency and it has a sort of stimulating effect, which I sometimes use while I'm on a long drive. I've tried a lot of these different non-pharmacological means for alteration of consciousness, like binaural beats and various types of stroboscopic visual stimulation. Usually I'm skeptical of this sort of thing, but this tactile modulation of mood actually does seem to work. The idea being that it delivers a gentle, soothing vibration that conditions your nervous system to recover and rebalance after stress. That's the idea. It's sort of like a vibrating chair or strapping a purring kitten to your leg. if you find a purring kitten calming, then I think you would also find this calming. It's a similar sort of phenomenon. If you're interested in getting one of these devices, you can go to apolloneuro.com to read more about it and use the promo code Hamilton for 10% off. Thank you, Apollo.
And was that something that felt controversial at the time? Did you think there's no way I can possibly research this?
Yeah, so, well, first of all, I hadn't thought about going to graduate school. I was the only one of my brothers, so I had three brothers, the only one that finished a college degree. And so that was a big accomplishment. But where I was working at the time, the fellow I was working for said, you should go to graduate school. I had no clue what graduate school was. And he said, oh, you're as good as any graduate students that I've seen. You should go to grad school. So I looked into it, and he helped me, and I applied to some places for graduate school. And by then, I specifically was looking for places that did research on what they were called psychotomimetics, and the popular term was always psychedelics, but the scientific term, they were called psychotomimetics, mimicking psychosis. And I couldn't find anybody that was doing any of that work, which is what I thought would be interesting. And then I found Joe Cannon at University of Iowa was studying things related to atropine, BZ, chemical warfare agents. I thought, well, I didn't know the pharmacology real well, but I thought, these sound pretty interesting. And then I'd gone to the library at University of Cincinnati, and I'd gotten all the papers that Sasha Shulgin had published. And by 1969, he hadn't published that many, but a paper had just come out in Nature called Structure-Activity Relationships of One-Ring Psychotomimetics, I think was the title. And he had summarized all the compounds he had made and tested. He and Tony Sargent, I think maybe Claudio Naranjo were all listed as co-authors. So I knew all that, and I thought, well, these are interesting, the descriptions of them. So I read a little bit more of the literature. But I couldn't find anybody, so I thought, well, atropine-like compounds, not the same, but, So, and Joe Cannon he'd been very active in corresponding to me. They were recruiting me pretty heavily. I had a night school degree. I'd finished my bachelor's degree working at night and working in the daytime at various industries for 5.5 years. So I had really been burning the candle at both ends for a long time. And he applied and got an NDEA Title IV fellowship for me. This was, and Sputnik had gone up, I think, in 1957, and so we had this big push for STEM education. So chemistry, science, and engineering. So he had gotten one of these NDEA Title IV fellowships for me, and I went there. And so then when I talked to him about projects, he talked about some other things. I said, but aren't you working on these, atropinics? Oh, no, I finished that. I'm not working on that anymore. So he offered me a project working on apomorphine analogs. You know what apomorphine is?
I do, yes.
So I thought, this is a compound that makes you vomit, and this doesn't sound real interesting to me. And all the literature was in German. And I'd had to take reading German for my bachelor's in chemistry. And I didn't really care for German either. And I thought, oh my God, I'm going to work on something I'm not interested in, and I'm going to be trying to read all this old German literature to figure out how to do it. But he thought, his idea was, well, you'll be able to tackle this project, get out of here really quickly, get a job and start making money. And what I think he didn't understand was that I had been burning the candle both ends for 5.5 years. So I'd been working all day and then going to school all night for 5.5 years. So I wasn't in any hurry to get back working again. And to me, graduate school was like, well, this is going to be like kind of a vacation. So he sort of misread me and thinking, I wanted to have a project I could get finished really quickly, get back out, start making money, because I had a little baby boy by then, my oldest son. So that was like kind of a shock. And then he said, well, but although you and I have corresponded, you can work for anybody you want to work for. So they had 2 or 3 other faculty in the department, one of which was doing analysis of pesticide residues. And was in the early days, before they really had HPLC. His HPLC was a tank of helium hooked to a long stainless steel tube, and I don't even know how it worked. And I thought, well, the equipment isn't even very refined to do this, and I wasn't interested in analytical chemistry. You want to get down? Why don't you get down? Okay? And so that didn't appeal to me. And then I went to talk to a guy named Charles Barfneck, who hadn't published anything in the field. And so then what was he working on? Well, he had a student who was extracting contraceptives from natural products, from Chinese natural products, and he had another student who was making anti-inflammatories to treat inflammation. And then he had a third student who was making mescaline metabolites. I said, mescaline metabolites, what's he making? And so he started drawing out some, well, mescaline is not really metabolized much. It pretty much is excreted intact. And so this student had been reducing a ketone with lithium aluminum hydride. And I said, why is he using lithium aluminum hydride? Well, to reduce the ketone. I said, yeah, but you could do this with borohydride and ethanol. LAH, you have to do it in ether, and it's, you know, it's pyrophoric and flammable. And oh, really? He's taking notes. And I thought, this student doesn't know what he's doing. What I did know at the time was that this student had done a massive reduction with lithium aluminum hydride, like 10 grams or something in a big flask, and with a couple liters of diethyl ether, and it had caught fire because the motors weren't sparkless and the hydrogen had been coming out the top of the reflux condenser. It caught fire and there had been a big fire, and after that the department had made a regulation that you could use no more than 1 gram of lithium aluminum hydride in a reduction. I didn't know that at the time. So this guy had done this thing, caused a big fire and everything, and then I'm telling his professor he should have been using borohydride and ethanol, which wouldn't have been a problem. So he talked a little bit, and then I sort of knew more about the field than he did because I knew everything that Shulgin had done, and Shulgin was the only one doing any chemistry at that time. So he'd say something, I said, oh yeah, and so there's this and there's that, and he'd say, yeah. And then he'd say something else, I said, yeah, but there's this and there's that. And so he got really excited, I think, because I had a fellowship that would pay my tuition, paid me money for my supplies in the lab, and it also gave him some money to buy books and things. So he said, well, yeah, you can work for me. So that was kind of how I got into it. He hadn't published anything in the field. He was unknown to me completely, and had this one student. So he basically said, yeah, you can work for me, and I just kind of went in the lab, and because I'd worked in industry for 5.5 years, I had learned how to be very good with time management, and I typically would work on 2 or 3 projects at the same time in separate notebooks, and was very productive. In the companies I'd worked for, I was always ranked as like one of the top technicians. So graduate school was really easy. I did research and I took a couple of classes. So he basically let me go in the lab. And then when my fellowship was running out, in 3 years, he came and he said, well, you need to write your thesis up. I said, yeah, but I haven't made this other compound yet. Well, okay, you can try a little bit more, but we need to think about why I need to research it. And I've been there less than 3 years. And I'm like, I was having fun. And what I was trying to do is make an LSD analog based on the structure of DOM, where I had a phenethylamine, but I had the D ring attached to it. And so I was trying to follow some German procedures. I'd gotten one of these intermediates to crystallize once, but I hadn't been able to reproduce it. And so I wanted to keep trying. So then he came back in a couple months later and said, you need to write your thesis up. I said, I think I'm real close to this compound. I want to get this. Okay, but we need to wind you down. And so finally he came in a month or so later and said, well, you didn't get the compound, now you need to write your thesis up. You've done more than enough. So reluctantly I said, okay. So I wrote my thesis up and finished it, and then that was the end of 72. And I'd started in 69, so I'd just been there for 3 some years. And typically the students were there longer than that. And so I wrote my thesis up, and I was told that the department, Joe Cannon, none of his students had a PhD thesis. He didn't want it longer than 70 pages. But I wasn't working for Joe Cannon. My thesis was 140 pages. So I wrote the biggest thesis that they'd ever had in the department to that point, and I finished quicker than anybody ever had. So then I thought, well, what am I going to do now? And both Joe Cannon and Charles Barfneck had collaborations with J.P. Long over in the pharmacology department. So the medical school was right next to the pharmacy school. And I actually, when I was having reactions running and didn't have to pay attention, I actually went over to the pharmacology department. It was kind of a groupie. I was watching what they were doing, and how do you do that, and what are you doing this for, and how do you, what are you doing this, and how do you do that. So I was over in the pharmacology department a lot. And I audited some courses in pharmacology in addition to the ones I had to take for medicinal chemistry. So then when I was moving toward finishing, I talked to, there was a fellow named Jim Engelbrecht who was a master's student of J.P. Long's. And I'd made a whole bunch of amphetamine analogs. And I said, could you test them for me? He was doing mouse spontaneous motor activity. And he said, well, I could, except I'm trying to get my master's finished, and there's one compound that I can't get, and I need this one compound. If you could make it for me, and then I could finish my thesis, and then I would have time to do the testing on yours. So this compound was, the attempt to make this was by the student who had caused the big fire with the lithium aluminum hydride. And he was, eventually they threw him out of the department. He failed the qualifiers. But anyway, I went over to talk to him about what he'd been doing. And the chemistry he'd been doing, well, he hadn't really thought about what he was doing. He had really was trying to hydroxylate a eugenol, dimethoxy propanobenzene. And he was hitting it with potassium permanganate, which was just completely cutting off the side chain. And it was just too vigorous and too aggressive. And then he said, well, and I talked to him about what he was doing, because I was trying to figure out why he couldn't make the compound. Because I wanted to make it, because I wanted to get my compounds tested. Well, he said, it seems like it's too water soluble. I get done with the reaction, I can't extract anything out. I tried to extract it with chloroform and couldn't get anything to come out. And he said, so it was too water soluble, so I just freeze-dried it. I lyophilized the whole thing and sent it over. And I thought, potassium permanganate, and he acidified it, so he had potassium chloride in there, and this just didn't sound right. So every batch he'd send over would have a different effect on the mice, because depending on how much potassium chloride it had, basically Jim was injecting these mice with potassium chloride. So then I talked to the student, whose name was also Jim, in Barthneck's group, and I said, how are you characterizing? He said, well, I've got an infrared, and I can see, I've got the big hydroxyl there. And I said, and melting point? Yeah, I got a melting point. It seems to match the literature. And I said, does it completely melt? No, only partially melts. So I'm going, okay, I know what's going on here. So I just completely went in, and I oxidized it with metachloroperoxybenzoic acid, which gave me the diol, and it's a half ester, and then I was going to hydrolyze it off. And then that worked really well. And I went into Barthneck. I said, well, I've got this thing oxidized. I'm halfway there. I've got the metachlorobenzoate ester of this diol. I just have to hydrolyze. Oh, give it to me. I'll hydrolyze it. Well, okay, I gave it to him. He tried to hydrolyze with acid, which destroyed it. You can't do that with this 1,2 diol like that. So then I saw him on Monday. So, yeah, did you hydrolyze off? Oh, no. I tried to hydrolyze it, and I just got a bunch of tar. And I said, well, how'd you do it? Oh, I heated it up with acid. Oh, okay. So then I had to make another batch, and then I hydrolyzed it with base, which is the correct way to go. Crystallized it out and had, if you ever seen a rock candy crystals, you know how big the sugar is? I crystallized it, and I had big lemon yellow crystals that look like that. I had a tremendous yield. So I put them in a big bottle. And back in those days, did you ever see transfer letters, rub-on letters? Before they had software that could do this. If you want to, like my thesis or any chemical publication, they had these kind of waxy papers that had benzene rings and alkyl groups and things, and you'd lay it on a piece of paper and rub on it, and it would transfer onto the paper. So all your structures, I could show you some in my thesis, all my structures like that. So I made a label, and you could do letters. And I put the name of the compound with the structure, and I said whatever the name was, it was dihydroxy, dimethoxy, whatever. And then at the bottom, I put Sheer Grace of God Chemical Company, which, that's kind of a joke. So here was this big bottle about this tall and so big around. It was half full of these big, giant crystals. So I was going to go over to pharmacology, and I saw J.P. Long. And I said, hey, J.P., I understand Jim Engelbrecht's waiting for this compound. And he looked at it. He had got this big, shit-eating grin on his face. Yeah. And he knew Jim had been waiting on it. And I said, so I was thinking of maybe doing a postdoc in pharmacology when I finished up, and I'm going to be finished up soon. You think I could, Oh, I think we could fit you in. So when I finished, I defended my thesis, I think in January of '73, and so then I just moved over to the pharmacology department next door. I did my postdoc there until I went to Purdue in '74. So then I took some courses in biostatistics, and then again I was participating with a lot of his graduate students who were doing different kinds of surgical procedures. Did a few things myself with mouse behavior and a cat study we did. So really, in my mind at that point in time, figuring out pharmacology is a lot easier than chemistry. That's what I thought. And I could handle rats and cats and do injections. And
What were you doing with the cats? Was this still sort of psychedelically oriented?
no, that wasn't. That was looking at the cardioaccelerator nerve, and they were looking at dopamine compounds and the effect on the heart rate in cats. And looking at ganglionic blockade, they had compounds of ganglionic blockers, looking at effect on muscle responses when you had different concentrations of ganglionic blockers there. So just general, it was autonomic pharmacology. But we did some mouse activity, and I did a paper looking at MDA and PMA, looking at hyperthermic responses in mice, and sort of did that. And then I wrote some computer programs. At that time, all the analyses they were doing, they would have to do punch cards and take a deck over to the computer center, and they'd run the punch cards in. But they had gotten an HP, I think 9810 programmable calculator, which had a big flat bed with a plotter on it. And it had these magnetic cards that were about 10 inches long and maybe 2 inches wide. And I forget how many programming steps, but it had memory registers and programming. So I learned how to program on that thing and converted some of the programs that they used most often into, so instead of having to do punch cards, it would prompt you, enter your data, you enter one and return, and another one and return. And then it would run it through and just spit it out and plot the data all out. So it would plot dose response curves. I wrote a program for parallel line bioassays and calculating ED50s and LD50s. So that removed the problem of going over and making all the punch cards and doing it. You could just do it right there, type your data in, and boom, get it right away without having to wait for the punching in the cards and taking it to the computer center. So I did some of that too. I audited biostatistics, and the guy I remember that taught it talked to me one day after class. He said, I've had a lot of people start out auditing my classes, but no one's ever stuck through the whole class and actually done the homework like you have. So that was kind of weird. But when I interviewed at Purdue, they were looking for somebody that had a pharmacology expertise in addition to chemistry, because the guy that I replaced there had done a lot of pharmacology. So they wanted to kind of replace that expertise, I guess.
So you started working at Purdue,
right?
And you were given your own lab at that point?
Yeah. So I had a lab that was didn't have any good equipment. The glassware was all etched. There was a guy in the lab next to me that had been using it, and he soaked all of his glassware in potassium hydroxide to clean it. So the glassware was all etched, and so I had kind of a ratty lab, but I had a lab, and that's all I really wanted. So I didn't know you needed grants, because Barfneck had never really had a grant. So I just started working myself, kept doing what I wanted. I got some undergrads to do research for credit. I had 2 or 3 undergrads working on various projects. So I did that for a couple of years, just a lot of the early stuff I did myself with some undergrad assistants. And then the department head came at one point and said, this is not cost effective for you. You need to get a grant. I had no clue what a grant was. I was a good writer. I'd written stuff my whole life, but never knew what a grant was. So the department head, or one of the senior faculty, John Cassie, I said, have you got a copy of a grant so I could see what a grant is? And he gave me this big, thick thing. It was a review article of everything in the field that was known about I think the biosynthesis of ergot or something. I looked at that, I thought, oh my God, I just wrote my thesis. This is like another thesis. I don't want to do this. So I was very kind of frustrated. But then I had another faculty member, Jerry McLaughlin, in the department. And I said, Jerry, have you got an example of a grant you wrote? And it was a little tractable thing. And I said, yeah, John gave me this grant. It was this humongous thing. And I said, really? Oh, no, you don't need to do a complete research review. So I wrote a grant, and I got it funded. So then I just pretty much, from that point on, kept getting that grant renewed. And then I got another grant when I more or less moved into the dopamine field. I got a grant to look at dopamine agonists.
And why were you interested in dopamine agonists?
When I started at Purdue, well, Joe Cannon, his major interest at Iowa was dopamine agonists, apomorphine type compounds. And he had, I think, probably 8 or 10 graduate students. And I was the type of person that I would ask everybody what they were doing, so I knew what they were doing. So I knew what all of Cannon students were doing, how they were doing it, what their chemistry was, and I'd go in and say, I did that reaction work, oh yeah, or did you try this, and yeah. So I was really familiar with dopamine, but I had no clue I was ever going to work in that field.
So when I got to Purdue, Jerry McLaughlin had some friends at the University of Chicago, South Side, and he said, they're looking for somebody to make some dopamine analogs. And I said, oh, that sounds good. So I went up and had a meeting with them, and we worked out a deal. So I was going to make some dopamine analogs for them. Leon Goldberg was there, and he was looking for dopamine analogs that would stimulate renal perfusion. So when people get injured and they lose a lot of blood, the vessels in the kidneys will constrict to decrease the bed volume, vascular volume, to try to raise the blood pressure because you've bled a lot. Well, dopamine will dilate the blood vessels in the kidney, and it dilates it through dopamine D1 receptors. So they had some ideas, and so they gave me a small grant. It was like $3,000 or $3,500, which was actually more than my startup money when I went to Purdue. So they were paying me to make some dopamine analogs. So then I came up with some interesting ideas. That went on and on. So then I spun that off into an actual grant to make dopamine D1 selective agonist. So I had that grant about as long as I had the work to do psychedelics. And then for about 10 or 12 years, I had a grant to study MDMA, ecstasy.
I'm going to pause momentarily for an ad. This podcast is also brought to you by Matcha.com, a matcha tea company founded by psychedelic pioneer Andrew Weil. If you are not already aware, matcha is a finely ground Japanese green tea powder with many purported health benefits. I drink it because I think it is delicious and it contains a lot of caffeine. So that's also a benefit, at least for me. All of the matcha produced by Matcha.com is organically grown and third-party tested for heavy metals. They are currently having a Black Friday sale, and if you use the discount code Hamilton, you will get 30% off any purchase and a special gift. So go to matcha.com, that's matcha.com. Thank you, matcha.com.
And you mentioned when you were first getting interested in this that you read publications by Alexander Shulgin. Did you reach out to him at that point, or when did you start to really wonder who this guy was?
I met him when I was still a graduate student. He came to University of Iowa. There was a fellow in the psychiatry department. I think his name was Joe Gow. I'm not real sure on that. And he had known Sasha I think he'd been in San Francisco and had met Sasha when he was there. So he invited him to come and give a seminar to the psychiatry department. So I went over, heard the seminar, and was hoping to meet Sasha. But as a graduate student, I wasn't included in the evening reception they had for him at somebody's house. But Barfneck had told me, well, we're going to drive him to the Cedar Rapids airport, so you can ride with us on the way to the airport. So I thought he was going to come in a little bit early, but he didn't, and I'm looking at my watch going, well, maybe he went without me, I don't know. And Barfneck came running up the stairs, ran to the left, says, come on, Sasha's out in the car, let's go. So we ran out to the car. So I was in the back seat, Sasha was in the front seat. So we had this 20 or 25-minute ride to the Cedar Rapids airport. So I was basically talking, did you do this, what'd you do? And so we had a nice, lively discussion. And so that was the first time I met him. And so then I started a correspondence, because I didn't know as a graduate student, this is Barfneck's colleague, right? Could I write to him? Is it appropriate for a graduate student to write to somebody? I had no clue. So I just wrote him a letter, and he said, no, Sasha said, it's perfectly fine. I communicate with anybody who writes to me. Don't worry about it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So then I had a correspondence with him, written correspondence over all the years. And I've got 2 boxes of correspondence, about a stack like that, of letters that I had to and from Sasha.
That's really cool.
I keep thinking I should probably go through all those and make them into a book or something, Conversations with Sasha, but I haven't done it.
Well, you absolutely should. I would love to see them.
Yeah, so then we had a correspondence. So but that was the first thing we did was one of the things, I don't know if I told you this, but I had developed this hypothesis that maybe the visual quality of psychedelics was related to the ease of oxidation of the 4-substituent. And I'd made DOB as part of my graduate work. And it didn't seem to be that visual compared with something like mescaline. So I thought, well, maybe you need to oxidize it. What about putting a sulfur there? So in the ride to the Cedar Rapids airport, that's when I had asked Sasha, did you ever make one of the compounds with the sulfur in the pair position? No, well, we tried it once, he said. And I think he said, we tried, and we got a bunch of gray tar, black tar. It didn't really work. I kept that in my mind. So after I was working at Purdue, I ran across a reference where they had made a dimethoxy-methyl compound, but they'd done something else with it. And I thought, I could use that to make the starting material. So I did the reaction and formulated it, and I got like 25 grams of the dimethoxy-methyl-benzaldehyde. So then I wrote and said, we want to collaborate on a publication. I've got the starting material. And of course, I could have done it all myself, but I wanted to publish with Sasha. So how about if I send you the aldehyde, you make the 2C compound, the amphetamine, and we'll publish it together. So we did publish it. It was sulfur analogs of psychotomimetic amines in Journal of Pharmaceutical Sciences, 1976, maybe, something like that. So that was the first of the sulfur compounds. And then that led to a whole bunch of sulfur compounds because Peyton Jacob had gotten his PhD at Purdue with Herb Brown, and I didn't know him. I knew Herb Brown. But he'd gone to do a postdoc with Neil Castagnoli at UC San Francisco. And Neil Castagnoli's lab, Neil and Sasha were good friends. So Sasha would go to Neil's lab, and he'd use the NMR and the mass spec there. So he met Peyton. And so that's how he and Peyton became friends. So Peyton would go out to the farm on Sundays, and they would listen to classical music and do chemistry all Sunday. And but Peyton was doing a postdoc with Neil Castagnoli. And Neil had developed the hypothesis that maybe these psychedelics are active because the methoxys were demethylated. The orthomethoxy or 5-methoxy were demethylated. So he envisioned that maybe if he put a sulfur there, they wouldn't be demethylated, and maybe that would prove the theory that you had to have this demethylation. So they proposed a series of putting a sulfur in the 2 and 5 positions in addition to the 4, and seeing whether the compounds were still active. And I think the 5 sulfur, I think it still had activity. But so then Sasha, in typical Sasha fashion, thought about what's every sulfur compound we can possibly make and put every place on the ring. And he came up with some names like 2 Triiodides and 5 Triiodides. So he had this whole field of sulfur compounds. And he called me in the beginning before it got started. He said, Neil's got this young postdoc, Peyton Jacob, and this is his idea to make sulfur compounds. Are you going to make any more of these sulfur compounds? I said, no, I only was interested in the 4 sulfur. So it's okay if Neil goes ahead and does it. Yeah, just make all the sulfur compounds you want. So then they did. As you know, Sasha made lots of sulfur compounds. But it was all started by that, conversation in the car on the way to Cedar Rapids. Have you ever done it? Well, it didn't work. And then me figuring out how to make this. That's the first starting material.
And what was the research emphasis then? Because now it seems like a lot of the publications are very much oriented toward clinical applications or the way diseases could be treated with psychedelics. What was Sasha excited about doing? Was it pure exploration of the chemical space?
Yeah, I think Sasha, as an academic, I had to have hypotheses to test. But Sasha could just say, what if? What if we make this? What if we make that? And then he would take it himself and he would find out. So I don't think he had any goal other than just to see how many kinds of things he could make. And he was always looking for, he was always interested in drugs that would enhance human communication. So if 2 people would take these things and they would enhance their ability to communicate with each other, and much in the way that MDMA maybe does. So I think he was really just, there was no hypothesis. It was like, we could make that. And then when Peyton joined the lab, of course, Peyton had more modern chemistry than Sasha had. So things like bi-aero couplings and things and lithium reagents, he brought all that. So then it opened up a whole new area of things that Sasha could make, or they could make, that would be different than what you could make with sort of some of the classical standard chemistry. So, we could put it, like you said, a selenium or tellurium there. Well, what effect would that have? So he was really, and people said, he was a scientist. And I said, no, he wasn't really a scientist. He was an alchemist. He really was an alchemist. A scientist has a test, a high hypothesis you test, and then you refine it, and you develop a theory and all. He didn't do that. He was really kind of an alchemist, a Renaissance alchemist.
Do you think that more research should be conducted that way without hypothesis-driven research. I mean, it seems like he discovered amazing things on just the basis of this sort of heuristic experimentation, seeing what happened.
Yeah, I guess, if you think, well, some of the compounds in Bicol and T-color compounds that I told him about, sent him to, but if you think about the fact that he was working in a fairly constrained chemical space, the chemotypes are all phenethylamines of one stripe or another, or tryptamines. If you make 170 or 180 phenethylamines, or a large number of tryptamines, you're going to find some interesting things there. And I don't know if you just started in some random field and started trying to do that. I mean, you probably wouldn't discover much. Today, I mean, we know enough about how they work. For example, they have to activate serotonin 2A receptors, and there are some animal models. You probably would get a good clue as to whether you had an active compound without testing them. Now, when we used drug discrimination in LSD trained rats for most of the in vivo activity. And those were pretty reliable, although they say you can get false positives. Most of the things we got, if there was a known human data, we could show there was a good correlation. And I wrote a review on hallucinogens in 2004 where I think I put a graph in there that showed the correlation between drug discrimination activity and human activity. So you could do those things, but whenever I talk about drug discrimination, I'll say, so if the rat responds on the LSD appropriate lever, the lever we've trained him with LSD on, all he's basically saying is, I think you gave me LSD. Well, that doesn't tell you anything at all. I think you really need to have human psychopharmacology to know what they do. Now, should people just do it like Sasha did, just take things and see what happens? I don't think that's a real good idea. But I think if you've got data, if you've got receptor data, you've got some animal data that says this thing looks like it's potent and interesting, and you have some indication it's maybe safe, there might be an appropriate time to do some human experiments. But I think with great caution. And you couldn't do it legitimately in today's climate. If he'd been working for a company and they found out what he was doing, they would have fired him. Maybe that's why they did, to separate from him. I don't know. But some things we've made, like LSD, the dimethylacetidine, that showed up as a research chemical, and we just had animal data that was active. So people that take that, there's no reason to think it would be more toxic than LSD. Or Ethelad is another one that we had played with and shown in rats it was more potent than LSD, and I've seen that appear on the black market. Airwood has had people talking about Ethelad. So, I mean, those kinds of compounds, which the dose is so small, it's not likely to be toxic, and it's similar to LSD, there's probably no harm in doing it, self-experiment with something like that. But there's no reason to just randomly make compounds and try them yourself, I think, if you don't have any indication that they're active and you don't know what they would do.
It must be exciting to see reports on LSD and ALAD and things like that after having created them and studied them for so many years.
Well, I don't know if it's exciting. I mean, I was pretty sure they'd be active, but then it's a validation of the things you predicted. So yeah, the rats worked after all.
And then there, these hypotheses emerged. Like, I think there was an idea that you would need some sort of arachidonic acid-mediated signaling in order to elicit a psychedelic effect. And if I remember correctly, TCB2 was one compound that did not activate arachidonic acid as a second messenger. So then this sort of floats around, is it psychedelic or not? And it's not until somebody tries it and confirms that it is psychedelic that you can disprove that hypothesis.
Right, yeah. So I had a student, Debbie Koresh, who actually mapped out the arachidonic acid pathway, because we had the idea that there didn't seem to be any correlation between activity and the ability to activate the phosphoinositide signaling pathway. So we thought, well, maybe it's something else. So LSD signals, the 5-HT2A receptor signal is arachidonic acid, phospholipase D, phospholipase C. So there are other signals. So we thought, well, there was a better correlation with arachidonic acid than there was with inositol phosphate. But yeah, with TCB2, that was a compound. We were just trying to map out what's the active conformation of the side chain. And then when we looked at arachidonic acid versus, the IP pathway, it turned out that the IP pathway was much stronger. So we thought, well, maybe it's not active. But then we know it is active. So there's something else. There's about 8 signaling pathways at least that can be turned on by that 2A receptor.
This is sort of a broader question, but why do you think this is even possible in the first place? What evolutionary or biological reason would there be for such an effect to exist?
What do you mean by such an effect? To be
A psychedelic effect.
I mean, why does the brain have the capacity to have psychedelic effects?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that we evolved to have that happen. But if you look at where this 2A receptor is expressed, it's on the cortical pyramidal cells, which are the major computational units in the brain. So all your subcortical stuff, all your unconscious stuff, your imagination, your memories, everything, that is all input into these cortical cells, which is processed. So, and you have filtering systems in the thalamus, and the reticular nucleus around the thalamus has 5-HT2A receptors that controls what gets sent to the cortex. The locus ceruleus, which is a novelty detector, has 5-HT2A receptors in it that also determine its burst firing. So all these areas that are responsible for how you process information in the cortex and all these other subcortical regions, they're all heavily influenced by activation of 5-HT2A receptors. So it's like, it's kind of like the on-off switch on your TV set. Turn on the TV and then you can change the channels, but you've got to have power there. So, it's something about the way the brain is structured. The 2A receptor is really an ancient receptor. Serotonin 2 receptors go back into single-celled organisms, control growth in paramecium and stuff like that. So, it's like nature found something that worked really well, so it kept it all the way up through the evolutionary chain. But why you have that effect? I mean, it's really the doses that produce these psychedelic effects are probably, way higher than, anything that would normally occur in the brain. And so you're really overdriving. You're really turning on these receptors to a level that they wouldn't normally work. So it's like, it's more than overclocking a computer chip. It's more than that. You've really turned the gain way up. So all kinds of stuff is going there. And then you're shutting down the filtering mechanisms that normally keep a lot of the subcortical stuff from getting into the cortex. So, I don't know. It's like just taking a shotgun and shooting your computer or something.
Yeah, because I feel like there's often so much debate about, is it therapeutic? Is it toxic? Is it good? Is it bad? And often just on the most basic level of appreciation that it even exists, and would it have to exist? And, I guess this leads into the question of, if it doesn't have to exist, is it existing in other organisms? Would a rodent be expected to have an analogous experience of any kind?
Yeah, I don't know how it's all the rats are telling me is like, I think you gave me LSD. And beyond that, I mean, if you give it to rabbits, their temperature goes way up. If you give it to dogs, they whine. So I don't know what's there. I mean, it's a major regulating receptor on the highest functions we have as humans, the highest cortical functions. Theoretically, if you meditate, you can get to some of those places. But I had an argument with a guy from Costa Rica, he was the Costa Rican representative for Maharishi Mahesh Yogi's Transcendental Meditation. And we had a debate one day about, when did people start using these and experiencing these effects? And he maintained that people first discovered this by meditation. And I said, no, that's not possible. I says, how would you, why would you just sit in a dark cave and just try to clear your mind and try to get to some place that you didn't even know existed? I said, I don't think it worked that way. I think early man, in their search for edible foodstuffs, probably ran across psychedelic mushrooms or God knows what other plants, ate them. And you can imagine these pre-literate, cavemen eating psilocybin mushrooms and having this experience that was beyond anything they could comprehend in everyday life. Coming back and going, wow, where was that? that was the food of the gods, right? Telanacado or whatever. And then, for some reason, you lose access to it. And climate changes, you move on, you can't get anymore. Say, let's see if we can figure out how to get there. Yeah, I remember we were sitting in front of a fire and we were chanting, and I said, I think it came like that. The psychoactive drugs came first, and then there was a desire to continue that, but they didn't have access to it for some reason. He said, no. He says, I think, all the fasting and self-flagellation, that's necessary. That's part of the process of you have to get there. And I said, Carlos, and this is a quote, Western man demands Western solutions. So I think it started like that psychoactive plants were found first. And that was probably, in my opinion, the beginning of a thought about spiritual things and otherworldly things. These things transported people to dimensions that they didn't go to in ordinary life.
And because of the spiritual implications of this class of chemicals, it tends to attract a lot of really weird people. And one thing that I've always respected about you and always respected about Shulgin is that you're totally dedicated to this research. You've made enormous contributions, but you're also a profoundly sane person, as far as I can tell.
I'm going to ask my wife if I'm sane. She calls me the crazy professor. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of people's lives get screwed up when they start experimenting recreationally with these things. And it's, and plus, in manipulating people that get access to these drugs manipulate other people, and it gives them tremendous power. And I've always been mindful of that and tried not to, use my influence in any way that would prejudice people. And, so like you say, remaining sane and not, become a proselytizer. And I did want to mimic Tim Leary.
Right, but you can, I'm sure, understand a little bit of what might motivate that, because there really is a sense that these things are so amazing that it would almost be irresponsible not to tell everyone how great they are.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the properties of these substances, that you get this sense that what you're doing, these are really important. They're really giving me important insights. I really see, I had a friend who used these, and he said, when I take them, I can see how people's games work. I can see the games that the government plays. I can see the games that all these people, it's illusory. It's kind of magical thinking, but you get the perception that you're in a special position. This is special knowledge. And so spiritual pursuits are, a lot of people say, well, I take them for spiritual enlightenment because I get these powerful insights.
And then, of course, you have people like Picard, who are bridging the scientific world, and they feel that instead of the highest respect that you can show these things is to research them like you did, that the right thing to do is to distribute them. Yeah,
I mean, Owsley, his goal was to turn everybody on, right? And I think Tim Scully's, sort of their idea was, we're going to turn the world on. If you read Ronnie Stanley's book, we were going to turn on the world. That was our obligation, to turn everybody on, because this was the thing everybody should see. It's real easy for people to proselytize after they've had an experience with these. And I think you have to avoid that temptation to do that.
And then there's also a kind of gray area, because you never, of course, were engaged in any sort of distribution. And I don't even believe that any of the compounds that you researched were approved as medicines either, with maybe the exception of course, you made a lot of contributions to research on MDMA.
Yep.
And yet an enormous number of compounds are used by humans because they have been synthesized by other chemists and entered this gray market.
And what do you want me to say about that?
Well, I guess the first question is that surprising? Could you have ever predicted that might happen? And did Sasha warn you about that possibility and how to navigate that?
No, the thing that happened really was the internet. I think as long as, Sasha had published all his stuff, and there was no real interest in the things he was doing. And for the work that we did, it was mostly in animals, rats, and, in vitro studies. And I never really imagined, like, some of the compounds, like methylthioamphetamine, which killed some people. That was tableted up in the Netherlands, and it was sold as flatliners, which should have been a clue. We made it, and it was a serotonin-releasing agent, and what we published on it was that it looked like it had antidepressant effects in an unpredictable stress model of depression in rats. But we, unfortunately, had also published that it substituted for MDMA in rats that were trained to discriminate MDMA from saline. Somebody saw that, and I never even thought about at the time that somebody would pick that up and start making it, thinking, because they didn't understand the pharmacology of MDMA. I think a lot of people still don't. So we would use MDMA-trained rats, and it turns out that when rats are trained to discriminate MDMA, the only thing they're attending to is the release of serotonin. And that's not really the only thing that MDMA does. So if you just get serotonin releasers, like fenfluramine, they're not particularly enlightening compounds. So people, and I guess naively assumed that people would know the background. Okay, just because it's substituted for MDMA, that didn't mean it was like MDMA, but a lot of people took that it was. So when those compounds started getting out, I was very concerned. One, that somebody, with the MTA was toxic. And that was a circumstance we hadn't even predicted. We thought, these things, maybe they could be developed as antidepressants without knowing that they were also MAO inhibitors, which prevented the breakdown of the serotonin that they released. So, but how did people find that out? If it was just in a journal article, an obscure journal article, it wouldn't have made any difference. But people go on the internet when they specifically looked at, what's Nichols been doing? Let's look this up. Oh yeah, he did this, he showed this. And all of a sudden they had access to information that was much more easily gleaned than it had been prior to the internet. So I don't think, Sasha may have seen some of this coming, but we never had discussions about it that I can recall that, things are going to get really bad. People are going to be, picking off the stuff we've done and published and using it for personal gain to make money.
And it happened on a huge scale very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
It was almost as if it went from, maybe a few people in the Bay Area might have tried something like 2CE to, there were labs in China that were selling, 10% of the compounds in P-call simultaneously, and any person could purchase them. And then, of course, you had all the different MDMA derivatives, aminoindanes. It was just this explosion of different compounds.
Yeah, so in addition, you had these Chinese labs that were looking for ways to make money, realized that you had a vulnerable population that was willing to buy things. So they were looking for ways to make money. And how did you get in touch with them? Through the internet. They had sites on the internet. You could order the chemicals. So the internet combined with largely the Chinese companies really helped to promote that.
And it's widely thought that this is a product of prohibition, that there aren't necessarily all that many people out there that want to use something like bromo dragonfly or 2CP or 2CN or something like that. But if you don't have legal access to mescaline or MDMA, then this creates a market for all of these research chemicals that you and Sasha created. Did you predict something like that might happen?
So I had a graduate student, and I think this was his original quotation. He said, make one drug illegal and a more dangerous one takes its place. And that's basically true because mescaline and LSD and psilocybin are pretty physiologically safe. But if you can't get them, then you go to a black market, you buy something that we don't know anything about. And I saw a really stark example of that. I testified in front of a House committee that was trying to rewrite the drug laws. And I was arguing for the position that don't write the laws so restrictively that scientists can't test these and can't study them. Because when you do, it's a really disincentive. And Congress didn't seem to understand. If you make something Schedule I, well, people can still get it. No, it's very difficult to get. You have to really want to do an experiment with one of these to get a Schedule I license, get your safe in place, and all the rigmarole that goes along with that. And I had a license, and so I just from the beginning, I just sort of something I knew that I could do, and it wasn't a problem. But a lot of people, scientists will sometimes say, "Oh, what I'd like to see." Say they want to look at MDMA. I bet you MDMA does something with whatever fear conditioning. And that maybe that's their expertise. They say, let's get some of that and do the experiment. Well, if you can just order it from a chemical company, you can do the experiment. But if you have to say, oh, it's a Schedule I substance, we need to get a license to use it, no matter how much we need. You know, a dose of MDMA in humans would be 75 milligrams and up. A dose in rats is, you know, just a few milligrams. But you still need the same registration, even if it's less than a human dose. Mescaline dose is, 250, 300 milligrams. In a rat, you probably only need 10 or 15 or 20 milligrams to do a study. But you still need the same Schedule I license with the same security requirements and the same safe, even if it's not a divertible dose. So it's a big disincentive. So anyway, I testified. I got off from the survey. I testified and said, you know, don't make the law so restrictive. The scientists can't study these, because even if you see it come out and it looks like it's a problem, make it so people can still study it. And I don't think they really understood that. But I had a parent, a father next to me who was testifying. His son had been using marijuana, and they got him into a rehab program for marijuana, which was kind of, you could tell that they were pretty conservative in their views about drugs anyway. And his son had gotten through the rehab program and had been rehabilitated from his use of marijuana, whatever, and went to a party, and somebody had spice there and had said, oh, this is a safe alternative to marijuana, and it's legal. So his son, according to his story, his son had smoked some of this spice, one of these synthetics, and had gone into a coma, suffered brain death, and died a week later. Now, I think there must have been more to the story than that, but some of the spice analogs are quite toxic. And I'm sitting there thinking, but you know, if marijuana was legal, your son would still be alive. He wouldn't have even tried this legal alternative. He would have just smoked marijuana. So I think there's a lot of the problems are caused by the prohibition, you know, and the, you know, just the strict enforcement. You know, you still see people in, you know, Arkansas and Alabama getting sent to jail for possession of a half ounce of marijuana. So if you get caught with LSD, well, that's really a dangerous drug. You should be in jail. You should be prosecuted for that. It just doesn't make any sense. And so people look for these legal alternatives that they think, well, if I get caught with it, I won't get arrested. So they take things that are much more dangerous to their health than if they could just get real LSD or real mescaline.
Right. And I'm also curious about your lifetime of experience dealing with regulators and the government, because I think there's a widely held idea that on some level the government understands psychedelics and they're making a calculated decision to suppress this information that could challenge big pharmaceutical companies or promote some sort of social change or overthrow the government or any number of things. But my own experience in talking with politicians and with law enforcement is very much the opposite. It's not a calculated decision. It's a choice made entirely out of ignorance. They simply do not understand the first thing about psychedelics. They don't know that there's any difference between LSD and heroin, and they don't know really what LSD or heroin are like either. They don't know anything about anything. They don't know the first thing about this subject. They are totally and completely confused. And on some level, I think that's actually a more encouraging situation than this sort of calculated suppression, because it means that there's an opportunity to educate people and change things, as opposed to if they were, you know, making a focused effort to prevent this sort of research from being done. Maybe there wouldn't be any solution to the problem. But I know that you've navigated these bureaucracies for decades and that you've watched these sort of tragic legal changes occur, things like the scheduling of MDMA and the Federal Analog Act and really the scheduling of who knows how many compounds that you researched and discovered. What is your kind of take on all of this and the mechanism of prohibition and how best to move forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think education is the best antidote to a lot of drug use, so people understand. I had a woman come to my office at Purdue many years ago, and she told me this story. I think the government makes these illegal because they know if people take them, they're going to see how corrupt the government is, and they're going to, it's kind of a conspiracy theory. And I looked at her and said, I don't think there's anybody in the government that's smart enough to know that, even if it was true. My experiences are mostly, the drug enforcement people are mostly policemen that are just following the laws. There's a law, we're supposed to enforce it, and that's what they do. I don't think they really have any thought about it, and I don't think the regulators know that there's a potential. When I testified from this House committee, I said, we don't know what's going to come out of this. I mean, MDMA, it's just by a stroke of luck that Doblin was able to get the money and start programs to fight the law and then build maps and, get me to make MDMA so they could do the preclinical talks. But there may be lots of substances out there with therapeutic utility that just get thrown into the dustbin right away. It's just another way for people to get high. So I think there's an attitude from the enforcement position that it's just another drug for people to get high on. And there's not really any concern about you might be throwing something valuable away by doing that. When the last time the DEA came in, and they come around routinely and will check your inventory and make sure everything is okay. I may have told you this, but we had a little 2-gram vial of LSD that was about half full with 150 milligrams or something of LSD tartrate. And the guy, there were 2 people there, and he picked it up. He said, "Is this really LSD?" I said, "Yeah." He put it down like it was a hot potato. And are you allowed to have that much? I mean, that's a lot of LSD, and he didn't really know anything about it. And I wrote an article about LSD toxicity because there were a couple of cases where people had died at music festivals and had died from things other than LSD, but the thing that they had tested for was LSD, and the concentrations of LSD were way below anything that would ever be toxic. But the coroner's medical examiners had concluded in both of those cases that they died of the effects of LSD. And I wrote an article and it's called "Is LSD Toxic?" something like that in Journal of Forensic Sciences, because I was concerned that there was sort of a meme that was generating among police departments that if you found any LSD in somebody's body, that was what was killing them. And it wasn't. This woman that was killed in this, it was on the West Coast. There was a music festival there. Lightning in a Bottle, I think was the name of that festival. It was a young woman. She died. She did get appropriate medical care, but the coroner released her LSD concentrations, and they were below what you would see even after a single dose. And so I would talk to a reporter. I said, "No, LSD doesn't kill people, never has. And these concentrations are way below anything that would have been a problem." So when you read about the symptoms she had, she was extremely hyperthermic. Body temperature went up. They covered up with blankets. Then she started having seizures. So they covered her up with more blankets. I mean, they didn't know what they were doing. And the hyperthermia is very, you wouldn't see that with LSD, but you might see it with things like PMA or PMMA, some very toxic amphetamine derivatives. They didn't test for those. So, and why did she take them? They probably told her they were legal. They're very toxic. So I think, and harm reduction, I really support harm reduction efforts, which you don't see much in the U.S. In Europe, they have harm reduction. DanceSafe has just acquired a couple of FTIRs in order to analyze things. So people are going to take these substances. If they're going to take them, then analyze them, tell them, this is what you're taking, you don't want to take this. I think harm reduction efforts really need to be pushed more because people are going to try these. You can't just, it's like telling young people, like adolescents, don't have sex. Well, how well does that work? Not very well. Don't take drugs. Well, how well does that work? Oh, this is that new drug they're talking about. You should try it. You don't even know anything about it. So we really need, more of a harm reduction focus. And I could never understand like needle exchange programs. Now, we don't want to do needle exchange because that'll say we're promoting intravenous drug use. Okay, so you'd rather have people get hepatitis and HIV and all these things and, be indigent and pay for long-term care, et cetera. You'd rather do that than spend a penny for a clean needle for them. There's kind of a, I don't know what, Calvinist philosophy, suffering. They got themselves in that position, and that's too bad. And I just don't. These are all human beings, and they deserve better than that, I think. So, but education, harm reduction. I mean, I think those are the areas where effort should be put in.
now that there's this amazing ascent of all these different pharmaceutical companies that are pushing this research in a very different direction, I mean, and almost like the advent of this online gray market, the new potential pharmaceutical market is happening so fast that it's amazing to me. Just this year alone, I feel that almost every single person that I interview is independently involved in their own effort to produce some sort of pharmaceutical psychedelic product. How do you feel about that? Did you predict that this would happen so quickly and so soon?
No, I think the speed this is happening is kind of surprising. Well, we published, the Hefter supported the 2 studies of Johns Hopkins and New York University of psilocybin coupled with therapy in cancer patients. And those came out in December of 2016. And I think there was a lot of interest in the field until then, but then after that, all of a sudden these things really work. Now they have medical potential. And so everybody's trying to think. I think it's kind of like the cannabis situation where you have these people that have started cannabis farms that are incredibly wealthy now because of legalization or medical marijuana approval, so forth. So I think people think the same thing is maybe going to happen with psychedelics. I don't think it's going to be that straightforward, but there are opportunists jumping in. That's kind of surprised me because I don't think it's going to be that easy to implement large scale. Assuming the phase 3, the trials show that it works when it's done in other places. We don't know that for sure. We assume that it will. But I don't think, I'm not sure where people are going to make money on this because in my opinion, psilocybin-assisted therapy, the main cost is going to be the therapist, the rent of the clinic room, having a doctor on call if it's done with that paradigm. So I'm not sure there's a bunch of money to be made there unless they're willing to set up, massive clinical operations.
Well, that's what people are trying to do, but one concern that I have is that as much as I believe that these things do have therapeutic potential and likely will help a lot of people, my concern is that if we frame psychedelics as medicines exclusively, you might sort of miss the point to some extent. And what if they fail as medicines? What if music were illegal and the only way that you could allow people to listen to it was to prove that it was a medicine? And maybe you could, but wouldn't that be a precarious way of listening to music where the moment that it didn't demonstrate some therapeutic effect, you'd say, oh, maybe it was better when it was illegal? That's my concern.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about ayahuasca and peyote, I mean, peyote is illegal. If you get it, or I get it, it's illegal. But if we're members of the Native American Church, it's okay, right? It's a sacrament. Same thing for ayahuasca. People are using it for depression and ayahuasca tourism in Peru and things like that, but it's a sacrament for the Uno de Vegetal and Santa Daime. So there's that aspect of it. People have tried to set up churches, as you probably know, various churches, first with cannabis and now recently with other things, and the government says, no, you're not a real church. But I told somebody once that, if you wanted to see a church grow really fast, start a church that used psilocybin as a sacrament. Because people would go there expecting to have a religious experience. Probably the chances are high they would. The insights that people get, the spiritual growth, etc. It would probably be a very powerful and profound and positive transformation. But it's not going to happen if it's a medicine, right?
Right. But like you said, it's failed most other ways. Making it a sort of cognitive liberty argument hasn't worked all that well historically. Just appealing to the sort of lack of logic in all of this hasn't worked all that well. But there is a certain respect for medicines that people have. I mean, I think also the success of Michael Pollan's book is based on the same idea that when you frame them as medicines, suddenly it becomes much more difficult to say that people shouldn't have access to them.
Sure. Yeah. No, I've been criticized. This movement's been criticized for saying, well, you're medicalizing and they should be available for everyone to use for personal growth and spiritual growth, etc. But I mean, in fact, the way our society is structured, what Hefter did is, the whole concept of Hefter was, okay, let's go the medical route. Let's look at medical investigations as scientists in major universities and medical schools. And if they work there, then we're going to be able to move them into the mainstream as medicines. But that may not be the only, it may be that at some point in the future there will be things like soma centers where you go in, it's a big place that's set up for people to come in and have personal experiences with an attendant there, etc. Things like that may evolve, but not in the immediate near future, I don't think. I mean, I think a lot of people are hoping that, it's like medical marijuana. A lot of people argued, well, this is just getting their foot in the door because ultimately they want it to be available for everyone for whatever use. And I don't know if that's true for medical marijuana or not. It may be. But I don't think it's the same argument with psychedelics. Making of medicines is not a way to get into widespread personal use. But I think it may, if they're used as medicines for a long time and the positive effects really show up, it may be that that's an evolution that occurs when attitudes change. It's just not something that's going to occur anytime soon, I think. But I know what you're saying, but for Hefter and for the things I've done, recognizing these things had medical value to me seemed to be the only way to bring them back into mainstream, to bring them back from the dustbin of drugs of abuse into respectability. And I think to some extent you're seeing the dialogue in the press now. I mean, people don't talk about hallucinogens that much anymore. They talk about psychedelics, which means mind manifesting. And that's something Hefter specifically tried to do too. When we set up Hefter, we were going to study psychedelics. And people said, "Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. You're going to be seen as hippies. You have to call them hallucinogens." I'm still trying to get people to quit calling them hallucinogens because that's not what they do. Charlie Grob has a book on medical hallucinogens. I said, "Charlie, change the title because they're psychedelics." I need to talk to the publisher and see if we can do that. So I mean, but saying psychedelic is not something that's unfavorable anymore. In scientific circles, my last review, the first one in 2004, is called Hallucinogens, and now I wrote one that's called Psychedelics, and I think scientists are calling them psychedelics. So there's an evolution there, and I think as time goes on, the safety and efficacy of these things will eventually mean that people say, "Why are we just using them for depression?" What we're seeing, it's like the Griffith study they published in 2000, where they gave them to just healthy people, and then they come back 14 months later and say, "Wow, the personality trait of openness is significantly increased." Openness, well, it's altruism, and it's helping others. And, these are traits that would be good for anybody. You don't have to be sick to increase your personality trait of openness. So I think they would be good if you could set up a society, an ideal way, kind of like what Aldous Huxley wrote about, and had kind of a rite of passage, which is what like a lot of primitive societies do, and they put them through some pretty grueling things sometimes to wipe out all the abuse they've gotten as children, and like, okay, now you're a man. Well, I think a lot of people could probably benefit from a psychedelic experience sometime in their lives. I think we're just not going to get there very soon. Now, I could be wrong because I never expected that all this, the medical stuff would be taken off like it is, and there's so much interest, but it seems to me like there's a yearning among the public for something different.
Right. And where do you see this research heading? Because, at the beginning, there was exploration of chemical space, study of structure-activity relationships, which is still an ongoing task. And then there's, a refinement of what subtypes of serotonin receptors exist and what sort of functional activity they have at these receptors and how you can develop animal models and on and on. And then you're working with Brian Roth, and you have PDSP and this ever-branching degree of resolution in the interaction between a drug and a receptor. But what is the end goal? I mean, I think that the most grandiose goal would be understanding consciousness or something like that. But do you think that is something at the end of the tunnel, or where do you think this can take us?
I think that's probably the unspoken goal. I mean, when I was a little kid, I used to lay out in the summer on the grass and look up at the sky, and, you know, I was fairly lonely as a child, and I'd think, like, what am I doing here? Why am I here? What's the point of life? And that actually is kind of a question that's carried me through much of my life. Like, what are we doing here? What's this all about? Who are you and who am I? And why are we here in this point in time? And why do things happen the way they do? I think it is about consciousness. This is an eternal question. Like, why are we here? You know, go back to Plato's cave or whatever. And what are we doing here? Why are we here? And these compounds, psychedelics, really impinge on that more than anything else. And people who have asked me in interviews before, like, well, why do you think it's interesting to study these? And I'll say, well, think about this. Think about the things that can change your life. You fall in love, you get married, have a child, a parent or sibling dies, child dies, or you take LSD. And they go, what? You know, well, I said, think about that. Here's a substance, very tiny amounts, can get into your brain, stay there for a few hours, and come back out. And for many people, they never see the world in the same way again, for better, for worse sometimes. But how is it possible that a molecule can do that? I say it must be interacting with some very important, basic, essential functions of the brain to be able to change the way you perceive things, to change your perception of reality. So, I mean, I think ultimately the goal of all these people, even if it's unwritten, is to understand who we are. And psychedelics get us closer to that than almost any other thing I know of. I mean, there are studies on meditators. You think, oh, meditation. Franz Wollenweider's just got on a study out of Switzerland. They took trained meditators, and Roland Griffiths has got one too. I think it hasn't been published. Trained meditators, and they give them psilocybin to see what effect it has. And it changes the way they approach their meditation. I mean, here are people who have been meditating for 20, 30 years. You think, okay, they're in the groove, they know what they're doing, they take psilocybin, they go, wow, I'm going to change my meditation practice. So I think ultimately the quest is to find out who we are, and that's where a lot of this goes. But okay, let's study the receptors, let's find out where they are, what are the signals and all. But then what's the relevance of that, unless you're actually focusing on something that you can, say it's related to consciousness, it's how our brain works and who we are.
And how might the scientific research of the future address those questions? What needs to be done?
Well, the thing that's most interesting to me, although I have to confess I don't understand most of it, is some of the modern brain imaging that they're doing. As computers are getting more powerful and they're coupling brain imaging with psychedelics, they're starting to find out, there was a paper that just came out about intravenous DMT from Imperial College, and they've shown that it suppresses alpha oscillations but increases delta, theta oscillation. And they said, this is what happens during dreaming. We know from EEG that this is what happens during dreaming. So these have been used to now to start to understand what dreams are. What's the relevance of dreams? Where's the place in the brain where that happens? And that's coupling psychedelics with brain imaging techniques, which, magnetoencephalography, MEG, PET, fMRI, these technologies, I think we'll know a lot more as those go on. When you look at the functional network, resting state network connectivity, in every psychiatric condition, every pathology, they know that there's a disturbance in the resting state networks. And then I saw a paper when I first started looking at this that took people who were depressed, did fMRI, did resting state networks, looked at them, and then I gave them a an SSRI. And so then when in the patients who responded positively and their symptoms were alleviated, they then did fMRI again and looked at resting state networks, excuse me, and they had moved back toward a healthy pattern. So in every psychiatric condition that's known, where they've done that, they've seen there's a disruption of the healthy networks. So now, presumably after psychedelics, that disruption is going to be modified and they're going to be back to a healthy state. And I haven't seen much of that yet, but I know that's where people are going. I mean, Mike Bogenschutz with his study of alcohol use disorder, they're doing before and after. Matt Johnson with his study of nicotine addiction, they're doing before and after. They're trying to find out what's changed in the brain that's changed that addictive behavior in those people. So the same thing is going to happen with depression, anxiety, and all kinds of things. They're going to find out what's changed in the way the brain works that's led to this therapeutic effect. So I think psychiatry is really going to be moving more in that direction, getting away from a lot of the pharmacotherapy ideas of, well, receptors, et cetera, and looking more at, well, what's the network connectivity in depression, and how is it reversed or cured by a psychedelic? So I think psychedelics are going to be real powerful tools in helping us understand how the brain works and how some of these pathologies develop and how they can be treated.
And are there personal experiences that you would want to share that might illuminate some of this? I mean, I know that it's controversial to talk about personal experience, but I also know that you do talk about it, and that this is something that has, to some extent, informed your research. And of course, you were very close with Sasha Shulgin.
I don't know if there's anything that I could really talk about. I did have an experience with mescaline early on, where I closed my eyes and I was projected outside the universe. And the universe was so far away, it was just a dim green glow off in the distance. And I had this realization that the purpose of the universe was to serve as a womb for life. And I still remember that. It was very powerful. I said, oh, it's the whole purpose is to bring forth life. So, I mean, I don't know how powerful that was, but, and the concept that I had was that, you know, if I talk about infinity today to you, or you talk about infinity, I can't imagine an infinite anything. Infinity, if I think about infinite space, if I expand my imagination, there's always a boundary. I can't imagine infinity. But in that experience, I knew what infinity was. It was infinite nothingness. And here was the universe in the middle of infinite nothingness. So it was kind of a really interesting concept that I don't have now, but at the time I remember it was infinite nothingness. The universe was in the middle of infinite nothingness. So.
Did you ever evaluate any compounds with Sasha?
No, when we had compounds that looked interesting, we always sent him reference samples and said, here's what we did, here's the animal data. And we couldn't test them. I was in the pharmacy school at Purdue, and I wasn't about to really publish any testing, but I was never part of his group or anything.
But he would correspond with you and let you know what he'd found?
Oh, sure, yeah. And the compounds in Pical, some of the syntheses he has are just the same way we made them, but then on many occasions he would reproduce the synthesis and make a sample of it for himself.
And could you talk a little bit about you getting your own lab at Purdue and becoming pretty much the biggest researcher in this field? I mean, what was that like for you? Was it controversial within the university? How did you deal with the interest from students and from these sorts of people like Picard that would come into your field?
So I don't know whether my department really knew much about what I was doing. The important thing was that I got grants and I supported students, and students had good experiences. And so then when they would have a thesis defense, there would be people that would sit and they would sort of see it, but nobody was really, it wasn't controversial that I knew of. I never really thought about it being controversial. I thought it was probably good that I was at Purdue University because no one would think that anybody doing psychedelic research was at Purdue University, and that was always a surprise if I'd go give a talk to some student group. I'm at Purdue University. Wow, Purdue, you're at Purdue doing psychedelic research? I think they would imagine I'd come in with a tie-dyed shirt and a ponytail or something. And so I basically had to live within the constraints of what it was to be in Purdue University. Now, the students I got most often, well, quite often, wanted to do research with psychedelics. So that was okay because it was chemistry, it was science, and so they felt like they were making a positive contribution. It wasn't crazy stuff. They would have a specific project. Here's what we're trying to do. I have a grant and we propose we're going to do this, and so we want to, make this compound on. So they were really involved in the science of doing that more so than thinking about whether what they were doing was ultimately going to be controversial. I never really thought about it that much. When I met Rick Doblin in '84 at Esalen, and he was still in New College and kind of crazy, and I said, you need to get a PhD or nobody's going to take you seriously and things like that. But when he started deciding that he wanted to develop MDMA as a drug, he needed to get preclinical toxicology. And he talked to various contract manufacturers and said, I need a kilogram of MDMA. And no one would, they said, yeah, forget it. Now, I don't know if it's because he didn't really have a legitimate organization or whether they didn't want to do it or what, but then he contacted me and said, I can't get anybody to make MDMA. Could you make MDMA? I said, yeah, it's a simple molecule. How much do you need? Well, at least a kilogram. And how much would it cost? I said, well, let me add up the materials and see. And it's like $4,000, something like that. So you could still buy the methylene dioxyphenylpropanone then, and methylamine and all the solvents. We got USP solvents. And so I had the students help me. We cleaned the lab up, scrubbed it all down, lined everything with aluminum foil, and, did it as cleanly as we possibly could. And I sold him a kilogram, two kilograms, for $4,000, which was just the cost of materials. I mean, we didn't have to make a profit or anything. And then Rick Strassman, when he wanted to do the DMT study, and I had met him also at Esalen, and he said, nobody's doing clinical studies. And I said, Rick, you could do them. You're a psychiatrist, an MD at university. Oh, you think so? I said, sure. So we started working. He and I met with Danny Friedman, who is the interim chair of psychiatry at UCLA, had a couple meetings. Danny said, Dave, help Rick if you can. And he told Rick, don't do any therapeutic stuff. Just measure physiological responses, cortisol and prolactin and blood pressure and heart rate, et cetera. Don't go off on any, don't talk about therapy or anything. And then Friedman was able to get him tied in, I think, with NARSAD, and there was another organization, so he got some funding for it. And then he came, and Rick said to me, he says, but what if I get all the approvals and everything is all set up and nobody will make the DMT? I said, well, I just made 2 kilograms of MDMA for Rick Doblin, and I've worked with the FDA on that, so I said, I'm sure I can do it. So he got all the approvals, and he started trying to find somebody to make the DMT. Nobody would make it. So he said, well, nobody would make it. Sure, I'll do it. So I had a Schedule I license for DMT, so we made him DMT fumarate. And, worked with the FDA chemist. It had to be 99+% pure, and we had, there's a whole write-up for that. Didn't have to be GMP, which was fortunate, because now it looks like they want GMP. GMP takes a whole certified lab, and it's a whole nother matter. So then, Rick Strassman wanted to get some psilocybin, but the way that Hoffman had made psilocybin, he used a reagent called dibenzyl phosphorochloride. And you could buy solutions of it, I think, in benzene. I don't even think you can now, but my technician, I had him check some literature, and he said, that reagent spontaneously detonates, and I'm not going to work with it. I said, no, we're not working with any reagents that can spontaneously detonate. That's no. So we started working on trying to find a better way to put the phosphate on psilocybin. Spent some time doing that in the context of proposing to make some for Strassman. We didn't solve the problem while Strassman's project was still ongoing. But we did make some inroads and figured out some ways to do it. So then, as time went on, then Roland Griffiths came to me and said, we'd like to do some studies with psilocybin, but nobody is willing to make it. Could you make some for us? So I made first a smaller batch and then a larger batch of psilocybin. Actually, the psilocybin he used for his 2016 study. And I had never really thought about it that much. And then as I thought back, I went to a meeting in Prague where we were having a Q&A afterward, and people were going to talk about, what you've learned here at the meeting. And I hadn't really learned that much at all. But I thought, well, I'll just talk about, some things that they don't know. So I basically, when I gave my talk, I said, you are very privileged at this time and place, because I said, I was able to make MDMA for Rick Doblin. I made 2 kilograms for $4,000, and Rick was just telling me he spent $400,000 to get a kilo made, something like that. I said I made Strassman's DMT, and I made the psilocybin for the Johns Hopkins studies. And I said, if those would have been GMP materials, no one would have made them, and none of this so-called renaissance would be happening. I said, I feel really privileged because I was able to enable what's now being called this renaissance, because the substances were not available. Nobody would make them. They were prohibitively expensive. Nobody had money to do it. And all the research has been done basically by philanthropy rather than any sponsored money. So none of this would have been happening. And that's when it struck me that I had played kind of a crucial role in enabling, and nobody thinks about it. And I hadn't really thought about it until I thought, well, what am I going to say to these people? And I really, all of a sudden I realized, and Martin Lee was there. He wrote a book, and he came up and said, I did not realize that you had made all the drugs that have been used for all these studies. I said, yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? So I began to feel very privileged that I had, in addition to everything else I'd done, that having the skills as a chemist and having that lab had enabled me to really allow all these studies to happen, which wouldn't have happened. So that's a little bit that most people probably don't know, that made me feel pretty good about being in an academic position where nobody knew what I was doing, I guess.
That is amazing. How did you make the DMT? What route did you use?
The speeder and Anthony, and then we just either sublimed it or distilled it and then crystallized it as the fumarate.
And was that the largest scale tryptamine synthesis that you had done?
We made 20 grams of psilocybin for Roland. I think we only made 10 grams of DMT fumarate for Rick. He needed it for IV, so he didn't need that much. But I think probably the 20 grams of psilocybin was the biggest synthesis of a tryptamine.
And that was with the tetrabenzyl
pyrophosphate.
Yeah.
Now, the chemists at USONA have come up with a really good way to do that. Robert Cargbo, who's the chemist, I was talking to him. We had the inaugural meeting of the International Society for Research in Psychedelics. It's a new society. We just met in New Orleans with 110 attendees. Amazing. You could not have had a meeting like that 20 years ago. You would have had half a dozen people there. But all scientists very interested in this field. But Robert had a poster from USONA. He's one of the chemists that USONA has hired. And he told me about that. I said, how did you discover that? He said, well, I had some of the diethyl analog, which is a CZ74. It's a compound Sandoz made, but I don't think it's scheduled. It might be an analog, but it's only an analog if you're attempting to deliver it to someone for human use. He said, I just wondered what would happen if I put some phosphorus oxychloride in. And he said, I did, and it just phosphorylated like a shot in a second. He said, it was really robust. I had to cool it way down to make it go. But now, he said, yeah, we figured out how to do it, and that one of their contractors has made their GMP psilocybin by that route. And apparently, it's a really clean route. You don't get any byproducts. You get a very high yield, 90+% yield. So that's probably the way anybody who's doing it now is going to be making it, by this phosphorus oxychloride route. But he just said, Robert just said, I wondered what would happen if I just put some in and boom, it phosphorylated like a shot. In general, you don't think of tryptamines being that robust. Phosphorus oxychloride, as you probably know, is a pretty aggressive reagent. You open a bottle of it, the fumes come out, and it'd be very corrosive on your skin. So to think of psilocin, which is a fairly sensitive molecule, just treating with phosphorus oxychloride, you think, oh my God, it'd probably just rip the thing all apart. But in fact, it didn't. So that was pretty cool. But so that's the tetrabenzyl pyrophosphate is the way everybody's been doing it. So that's probably this direct phosphorylation with phosphorus oxychloride is probably going to be the way that it's made from now on. Once people, if they actually set up a business to do it.
And you mentioned your contribution to these historically important clinical experiments with psychedelics, and then you've also made LSD for Brian Roth's work as well, right?
That's true, yes. Yeah, Brian has had a long-standing interest in the serotonin 2A receptor. He published a lot of stuff earlier on. And recently, within the last, since I've been here, brought in Daniel Wacker from Scripps, who would work with Ray Stevens on crystallizing the serotonin 2B receptor, I think, with ergotamine. And Brian's a very smart guy, and he wanted to get into crystallizing receptors. And so he thought, well, that would be an obvious one to do, crystallize one of the serotonin receptors with LSD. The serotonin 2B receptor is fairly easy to crystallize as opposed to like the 2A receptor. So they would try to get some LSD, and it's listed in the, I guess, Sigma Aldrich catalog as it's a controlled substance, but it's listed as available. I think he said it was $154 a milligram. But then when they wrote to him, they said, we don't have it. It's back ordered. We're not sure when we're going to have it again. So when I was at Purdue, I had a Schedule I license. And when you retire or leave an institution, or even if you go to another institution, you have to turn in all your Schedule I substances and surrender your license, so you can't work with them anymore. But I had lysergic acid that I had gotten as a gift from Pharmacology years earlier that I still had some left. But it's Schedule 3 or Schedule 4, it's not Schedule 1. Schedule 1, you have to get rid of all the stuff. But if it's Schedule 2 through 4, you can transfer it to someone who has, a Schedule 4 license. So narcotics and things, Schedule 2, 3 through 4. So I contacted Brian, and I'd been colleagues for many years, and I said, when I left Purdue, I said, I've got some lysergic acid that I just don't want to destroy, and I don't know anybody that can use it, but maybe someday you can use it. Can I transfer it to the pharmacology department there? And so that's what we did, the official transfer of that lysergic acid to the pharmacology department here. So then he came into me when he decided he wanted to crystallize a receptor with LSD, and he said, we can't get LSD. It's back ordered, it's unavailable, it's very expensive. Could you make some? I said, you remember that lysergic acid I transferred down here a few years ago? He said, yes. I said, I can make some for you. So that really got him back in the business. And again, here's the point where Schedule I had, he's a bright guy. He was doing legitimate research, and yet he was stymied by the fact he couldn't get this drug, and probably because it was Schedule I. Even if he'd been able to buy it from Toker or Sigma, Outer Sigma, it would have been prohibitively expensive. They wanted 100 milligrams. Well, $154 a milligram is $15,000 worth of LSD. There's no reason it should be that expensive. It's all paperwork, bureaucracy. So there again was a case where, me being a chemist in the right place at the right time was able to facilitate. Now, they use a lot of LSD in the lab. They're trying to crystallize other receptors, the 2A receptor. They're using it as a ligand for lots of things, and they just couldn't get it for a long time. So, again, having abilities of a chemist, I wasn't able to enable science to move forward in a way that, that I couldn't have if I wasn't a chemist and things had not worked out that way.
And now he's trying to take that to a new frontier with, I think he calls it Ultra-LSD. Is that the name of his project?
I don't know. You'll have to ask him about that. I don't know about Ultra-LSD. Yeah, I know he's trying to find new chemotypes, new ligands that will bind to the 2A receptor. And that's all, large-scale screening and in silico screening and so forth. But I don't know all the details of that. Dear David Seville, you are so dear. Once again, Sasha has connected us in a cosmic way. Tanya, Ann, Greg, Wendy, Jason, Audrey, Detchen, and Team Shulgin. I don't know what we said they thanked us for. Oh, we sent money for the cremated remains of Ted, his son. Okay, so they thanked us for... Oh, and they sent us, these are some of the cremated ashes of Sasha's son, Ted.
Oh, wow.
In a little bottle. Ted Shulgin's ashes, huh? Bet not many people have a bottle of Ted Shulgin's ashes.
No. Did you know him well?
Ted.
Yeah.
I met him a couple times. Interesting guy. He wasn't much into psychedelics.
Do you think that tends to happen, that people want to rebel against their parents and choose a different path?
I don't know. He had a big, he had airplane parts. Any bolt or nut or anything you'd want, if you couldn't find it, you could write to him and Ted could find it. So he had a warehouse full of bolts and nuts and peculiar things for airplanes. August 24th, 1970. Dear Miss Nichols, thank you for your kind letter of August 11. I am sure I have no idea if it's proper or considerate for a graduate student to correspond in addition, in extenso, to his mentor, but I assure you I am not in any way swayed by conventions and proprieties. That's fairly. I am exclusively interested in scientific information and appreciate any correspondence that will allow me to give and take in the area of new ideas and observations.
Wow.
And I had made DOB. I mentioned I was surprised nobody had made it. I, too, am surprised at the length of time it took for this bromoamphetamine analog, the 4-bromo-2,5-dimethoxy compound, to be reported. As you had, I, too, had watched the literature for clues that might be prepared and that its activity noted. And he says he made it some 3 years ago, sat on it because of the moral and ethical problems that were closely associated with it. And
What do you think he meant by that? Oh, he's referring to SDP.
no, to DOB.
Or what is this? Let's
see.
The SDP
Having
problem.
been burnt once by the ST, yeah. No one had prepared it, although it was certainly easy preparable, and I felt that it was inevitable someone would. Having been burnt once by the STP problem, and I don't know what that meant, but I clearly wish to publish this information in the open literature before someone discovered it on the street or in some underground laboratory. In this latter case, it would be fully possible I'd be blamed anyway. So I guess he's saying he was blamed for STP. He denied it, but then Owsley said, well, he came up and gave us a 25-gram bottle and said maybe we could use this to replace LSD. So he's being a bit coy there. I really wonder if the 4-trifluoromethyl analog would be of interest. I've been playing with this material, but there is some synthetic difficulties. Not been too much enthusiasm on my part. We actually made this years later, and trifluoromethyl compounds are really potent. And I don't have my paper to him. Please stay in touch with me. As to your thoughts and current work, I'm in occasional correspondence with Dr. Barfneck, but most of this communication is at the almost published level. So I'm sorry I could not make it back there to Iowa this next month, but the prospective conference at Grinnell fell through, and this was to be my source of travel month. Thank you again.
It's a very kind message. So he's so forthcoming to someone he just met.
Let's see. And we're talking just about general things.
Oh, wow. Is it a tryptamine?
Tryptamine hooked to a THC. But what about a mercaptan to produce a thioether? What about an amine added to produce a secondary amine coupling, such as this tyramine added to THC? Or he meant tryptamine. Tryptamine added to THC. Yeah, his creative thinking. Apparently I said something about Patty Mulligan, who knew Steve LaBerge. It's good to hear Patty Mulligan is there in Iowa and with friends. Tell him we have really shared blown minds together, and I really believe that a trace of chemical honesty will offset a wealth of professional grantsmanship. The world is ripe to learn, but jaded to be instructed. He will, I think, understand and yield to your arguments. This psychotomimetic thing will not be solved in the next 3 months, and don't knock yourself out in the effort. You've hinted as to the theological as opposed to the chemical interpretations, and indeed these will have their day. The brain can compound and the brain can expostulate. It's perhaps this transition that alone is subject to chemical analysis. Learn your trade, the degree, then learn your art, the skills within your fingers, and only then begin to build upon the insights that may result from the knowledge that these separate threads can be tied together. This letter has begun unchemical. Take care.
Oh, wow. Oh, he's such an amazing person.
see, somewhere there should, oh, here's, so let's see, find one I sent to him. I didn't save all my old ones, apparently. But, so here's July 13th, 72. Always happy me writing back, always happy to receive a letter from you, and I gratefully acknowledge your letter of July 1. I suppose I whip out replies to letters faster than most people, but you can imagine that as a graduate student, I really have an insignificant volume of correspondence, and thus a correspondingly greater length of time to devote to those which I do receive. I was aware of Ariadne's role in the labyrinth. So he has 12 Greek ladies, and Ariadne was one of them.
Yeah. Alpha-ethyl 2-CD.
And I was aware of Ariadne's role in the labyrinth myth, but of course the symbology was not obvious. So one of them that he named Ariadne, he thought could weed people out of psychosis. It maybe would heal them. So that was, I knew about her role in the labyrinth myth, but a drug that would lead somebody out of the labyrinth wasn't clear.
Right. And that was probably the closest he got to having one of his compounds approved as a pharmaceutical. I know that there was some serious evaluation of Ariadne.
Yeah, BL3912A, yeah, the alpha-ethyl compound. Yeah. Was that Ariadne? I'm not sure. Yeah.
Alpha-ethyl, yeah.
One thing that does make me wonder, if, for instance, N-methyl-DOM or N-dimethyl-DOM is inactive as a psychotomimetic, is it still possible they might have some sort of antipsychotic activity? One never screens inactive compounds for such things, but I frequently wonder if somewhere someone is shelving the answer to curing cancer because a particular compound, showed no activity in an analgesic or sedative or whatever. I don't know how one could test every such compound for every possible type of activity. You're aware we had sent Snyder plus and minus DOET. We had asked about co-publication as a synthesis clinical paper, but he wrote back with some jazz about how we didn't understand the difficulties involved in a clinical study and how it would take so long to complete, etc. We got the distinct impression that he doesn't like to co-publish with nobodies. I suppose it's like the fluorescence study I did a couple years ago. Smithies was interested in the same thing, had independently run the same experiments. He sent us one page of write-up and his fluorescence data. I complete our studies, correlate our fluorescence values with his, wrote up 3 pages, complete with the log dose versus degree of fluorescence, etc. Essentially did all the write-up, and then what should appear? But a paper with my name at the very last. Oh well, a graduate student's plight is to be last when full-fledged PhDs are involved. Still, it's frustrating at times. I apologize for my ego trip in the above paragraph. Now we're going all the way for this is July. So early on, some of these things I had in folders, obviously. So this was December. By the way, I don't know if Barfnick told you, but Snyder communicated that in preliminary work, Dr. Unger had found that the minus isomer DOET was the active one. We have shown that its configuration is also R. We'll try to send you a copy of my thesis when it's finished with printing. I'm saddened to hear Bennington Warner wasting time on the TBO analog of STP. I prepared it several years ago and could make it available to anyone interested in it. The synthesis was long, but chemically extremely simple and without surprises. And he says they made it. The 4-TBO analog would serve as an excellent challenge, as it should be inert to oxidation. And indeed, I have not found human activity at levels that would be unmistakably disruptive with a methyl or ethyl there. I've completed the 4-cyclopropyl methyl and hope to have the 4-isopropyl in hand in a week or so. Yeah, so he mentions Sidney Unger. So
you have to publish this. It's so interesting. I really hope you do.
That's a lot to go through, right? So this goes from my first letter from him in 1970 up to a letter from him in 86. And then this other one is 88 or 86 on to whatever the last date was. Basically, when email started, we quit writing the hard copies. I'll say I might be able to figure out the last one. So this started August 1970. So this is after I had met him on the ride to the Cedar Rapids Airport in Iowa City.
Did you find that there were other researchers when you were a graduate student who were as kind and forthcoming with information as he was?
No, well, there weren't any, period, really. And then, of course, later on, you find out that people were very secretive about what they were doing. He was pretty open. So this looks like it starts in 1989. And let's see what the latest date is.
Did he send you drafts of sections of Nichol?
Oh, I saw the whole manuscript.
What did you think of it when you first saw it?
Oh, so this is 86. So 86 to, looks like 89. And then I think we started doing emails. The first version, Sasha's version was pretty well written. And I guess Anne had always wanted to be a writer. So she took the opportunity to really express herself, shall we say. And I learned things from the manuscript about their sexual proclivities that I really didn't. I was way more than I wanted to know. So I, and the whole manuscript was. I mean, it was pretty big. It was like it was like a box like this full of writing. And I know he sent it to some other people too. So I went through and I read it page by page, made comments, sent back, and then I said, I don't think anybody wants to know about your sexual habits with Anne. And he said, yeah, a lot of people mention that. So they took a lot of that out, or most of it out.
There's still a good bit in there.
Yeah, but it was pretty racy before.
It remained very racy. I can't even imagine if this is the edited version. It was what was published, what the original was like.
So he says, this is what you would have to suffer on Thursday night. So I guess I was going to go visit him. Opera, Grand Horse and Soap, December 6, 84. He was a member of the Bohemian Club, and he was in the Tudors, I think, the musical ones. And so if I went there, I was going to have to go listen to some opera at their house. Yeah, the original manuscript, at least Anne's part of it, was, I won't say it was outright pornographic, but it was close. So yeah, he took a lot of it out. But interesting.
And outside of how honest it was about his sexual history and her sexual history, what did you think about the political implications of the text? Because before that, he was well known to people like you in the field, to people that studied the chemistry of psychedelics, but he wasn't, certainly wasn't a household name, certainly wasn't someone that had a following of non-scientists.
I think he quickly sold about 20,000 copies of Nichol, so there was some market for it. And when the DEA came to inspect his lab, which led to it being shut down, or him losing his license anyway, he said that some of the DEA agents brought copies of Nichol and asked for him to sign them. So he thought that was kind of ironic.
But did you understand when you were reading the manuscript, this is going to cause some problems, this is going to be a big deal?
I didn't really. The compounds that were in there, he basically had published in the literature. They were out there. But, before the age of the internet, maybe people didn't have access to things all in one place like that. If you wanted to look up one of his papers, you'd have to go to a library and look it up, and then you'd have to do a search and maybe find some more. So when Nichol came out, everything was all together in one place. So it was a handy reference. And I know a lot of underground chemists whose labs have been raided, they found copies of Nichol with bookmarks and things in them. So it was a single source for all the stuff he'd done. So maybe that's what made it really attractive for a lot of people. They didn't have to go to libraries and look up each single paper to find out what was there, because it was sort of summarized in Nichol. But I didn't really, Anne was convinced that was what caused the DEA attention, the book coming out. But my impression was, from what Sasha had said, he had a friend that was in his research group that was a local DEA agent. And there were people in the Bay Area that didn't like what he was doing, or every now and then were trying to create trouble and say, we need to shut this guy's lab down. And this DEA agent would say, no, he's not doing anything. He doesn't work with illegal compounds. This is before the Controlled Substance Analog Bill was passed. And I think to protect him, and then he retired, and it was shortly after he retired, and he was in that Dirty Pictures. if you saw the DEA agent, that was the guy. So after he left, I think he didn't have someone really looking out for him. So they went up, and initially, my understanding is that they, first of all, sent up somebody from the EPA because they thought there must be chemicals all over the place. And so they went up and they examined, took soil samples, and didn't find anything. I think the DEA thought that the EPA would shut him down because they would find chemical contamination. But they didn't find any chemical contamination. So then they went up and inspected. And of course, he had an analytical lab license. I had a researcher's license. An analytical lab license has different regulations. So these are the labs that work with the police who bust labs and confiscate things. And you don't know what you're going to get. And so an analytical lab has an open license that allows them to analyze whatever the police bring to find out, well, what was it they had? And if you don't have a license for that specific substance, how will you know? So he had a license like that because he had done some analysis work. But he didn't have the kind of license that just lets you make things. And as an analytical lab, he also had to maintain a chain of custody. So if somebody from DEA brought a sample and gave it to an analytical lab to analyze, there was a chain of custody paper that had to be filled out so they knew who did it and where they took it and who signed for it. And then when you were done with it, you had to dispose of it, and it had to be witnessed. So when they came out, they pulled samples out of a drawer and said, what's this? And he said, I have no idea. Who'd you get it from? I have no idea. What's this? I have no idea. Who'd you get it from? I have no idea. So these were like violations for an analytical lab because you'd have to have a chain of custody for every sample. So that violated the terms of the analytical lab license. And there's a misconception that he was raided and shut down because he was making good, substances they didn't like. But actually, he wasn't following the terms of the analytical lab license.
Right.
Because he had not maintained chain of custody and didn't know where this, couldn't say. Now, he was probably protecting people. He probably knew what some were and where they came from, but I don't know. And so I think the actual fines were for violation, two counts of the many they could have charged him with for not maintaining proper records. And after that, he thought, and then they passed a controlled substance analog bill, which would have kept him from doing anything that was related to known Schedule I substances. But I don't know, some people think Pical got the DEA all fired up, but I never had the impression that they really cared that much about the book because it was all published before. But, I don't know. I wasn't in the DEA.
I've filed a FOIA request to see DEA documents related. I think they were in his file. They had a High Times interview with him where he was talking about the DEA liking the publication of P-Call, or agents enjoying it, and they'd annotated this interview and written, "Oh, really?" on it or something like that.
Well, they did. The DEA agents apparently did bring out copies of P-Call and ask him to sign them for him. So I don't know if they liked him, if they wanted him to sign them in any case.
Yeah. And was that a frightening time for you? Did you think that he, like you, had been a serious academic researcher? I know that he was maybe a little bit more, a lot more unorthodox in his methods than you were, but he was a serious researcher. He wasn't selling the substances that he made. He wasn't going out of his way to antagonize anyone. He really was, I would say, for the most part, very, very careful. And then to suffer this arrest, it must have been a little bit scary to see that happening.
Well, certainly I was sympathetic to what happened to him. I never felt threatened because I had a Schedule I license, which allowed me to make compounds that I used in my research. And then the things we made that were analogs weren't being developed to be distributed to humans, so they didn't strictly fall in that category. The DEA, I think, was out to get him. He had been pretty flamboyant, and he had a reputation in the Bay Area. And, maybe this was just, another straw on the camel's back. But I never felt the DEA was after me. I was at Purdue University. All my inventory was properly done. I had a license for everything we were working with. And so it would have been much more difficult Well, they couldn't have done anything to me because I had the license for everything that I was working with. And, it's possible if he'd had a researcher's license, if he'd been able to get one, it's possible that he wouldn't have gotten in trouble because the analytical license is very specific. You have to maintain a chain of custody on everything you get. So if he'd had a researcher's license, he probably could have beaten it, but it probably never occurred to him. The license is kind of a pain to get. And when he first got it, I don't know what his status was, but later on to get a license, you had to be affiliated with some institution. He was affiliated with the Alexander Shulgin Research Institute. So later on, if he decided to change his license, I don't know, they might not have looked favorably on it. It's tough today. I mean, Chuck can tell you, it takes, even if you get everything approved, they can come back and say, well, we need to do something else, or we lost the paperwork, we need to do another inspection. So it still can be problematic to get a license, even if you're in an institution and they think you're on the up and up. But I think the DA, they're basically policemen, and they tend to have a policeman's outlook, if you will. So they're always looking for somebody to screw something up so they can get them.
Yeah. But I don't think he really thought he was doing anything wrong either.
No.
Not to say that, I know that you were incredibly careful, and he was a little bit more flamboyant, but he also felt that he was following the rules.
Sure.
And felt that he was probably covered by the license, and if he were in some way, if any infractions that might exist, he probably thought were insignificant, or so insignificant they wouldn't be noticed.
I think it's probably true. And he'd had that license he had the license posted on the door of his lab. I remember at least once when I was there. And he'd had it for such a long time, he probably really never thought anything about it. He had done some analytical work for DEA on some seizures. So that's probably when he got the license. And they said, yeah, you need an analytical lab license. And he may never really have been aware that this didn't cover everything he was doing. And he wasn't making any compounds that were illegal. So he probably felt like everything was on the up and up. But the technicality of the law is what got him. And so...
Yeah. Well, that's really cool. I hope you digitize those letters. I'm sure that there's... Have you read them at all recently?
No, I haven't. I've read very few of them. I looked at it and thought, this is going to be a humongous task. I was going to scan them with OCR and then make sure they were all in the right order, then go through and take snippets and cut and paste. And it just... when I retire, I'll do it.
Ha.
Yeah, ask my wife when I'm going to retire. But
Never.
I would like to. I think there, we just pulled little bits and pieces out, but out of that whole stack, there are some things that are in it where we had exchanges about ethics and morality and drug laws and things like that. That would be interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure. How much is your vision of what the site of action of LSD changed over the years?
Well, nobody knew what a receptor was for a long time. And the only idea we had was that it was complementary to all the known psychedelics. So, you could say there were, for the 2,5-dimethoxy, whatever the receptor had, there were probably hydrogen bond donation groups there. And for the pair position, there was some hydrophobic region. And then there was something charged that interact with the basic nitrogen. After the structure, and then, of course, when they sequenced it, they thought it was a member of the GPK, the 7 transmembrane helices. And then with the publication of the crystal structure of rhodopsin, which is a family A, GPCR, then we built the homology models. So a lot of our work after 2000, 2001, we were basing that on homology models that were built off of the rhodopsin structure. So then we had a much better idea. And so a lot of the work that we did was driven by mutagenesis studies. So my idea hasn't changed really much since then. We just have a better idea of the fit. But, actually what the receptor was since about 2000, 2001, we've sort of known what had to be there and and that's why I built that big CPK model, thinking, okay, there are serines in helix 5, so maybe we can figure out how they bind. And there were just too many degrees of freedom to do that. But that model was built after we had the homology model of the 2A receptor built off of rhodopsin.
Do you see any connection between chemistry and music?
A lot of chemists are musicians. But then, so a lot of people, I just was doing a legal case, and two of the attorneys they play guitars, and one of them is in Chicago and has a regular band, playing the Jones Day Band. He knew all kinds of songs, so maybe, I don't know. I think there's a connection between chemistry and cooking. Most chemists are good at cooking things. I like to make candy and desserts and things, which I can't eat anymore, but I think there's more of a connection there than there is with music.
Yeah. But Borodin was a musician.
Yeah. Well, that's the name Sasha used as a pseudonym, right, in his Speak Holland. Well, the whole discovery of LSD is so enigmatic. You know, Hoffman was a Swiss chemist, and they were meticulous. He probably had everything in his place. He was very careful. They didn't wear gloves then and didn't wear glasses, but I'm sure he was very careful. He knew that ergots were fairly toxic alkaloids.
Right.
And I have no idea how he got it in his body. I think he was purifying a sample with column chromatography, and he had the free base. And some of the free base, the solution probably got on his finger and it was absorbed through the skin. But if you look at the qualitative discussion of what the effects were, you think, wow, that must have been a pretty good dose. And I actually gave a talk at, I think, Stanford at an MDMA symposium or something that John Hanna sponsored. Anyway, and I said, I'll try an experiment. Most of you, and there's 150 people in the audience, most of you are aware of experience with LSD. So I said, I'm going to read you Hoffman's description of that first accidental ingestion or whatever it was. And I read it and I said, now, I want you to put your hand up and keep it up until I say something you don't believe is true. Okay, so on that first day, that accidental discovery, Hoffman must have ingested at least 50 micrograms, and all the hands are up. Must have ingested at least 100 micrograms, hands are still up. Must have ingested 125, some hands go down. Must have ingested 150, more hands go down. And some people even had their hands up for like a long time. I got like 200. But I said, it looks to me as just a guess, is that most of you think he must have accidentally ingested somewhere around 100 micrograms. Now let me read the description on. After 2 to 3 hours, this peculiar state stopped. I said, now, if you took 100 micrograms of LSD, would you only be high for 2 or 3 hours? No. So people went, wow. So that sort of brings into question, like, how much. Now, he might have been really sensitive.
Well, so few people have experience with actual measured doses of LSD. There's, of course, this assumption that a blotter contains 100 micrograms. It's totally unverified for virtually every user. It's probably some absolutely minuscule number of people outside of, the clinical work that's been done that actually know how much they've taken. And I think LSD is quite a bit more potent than people recognize. At least, LSD freebase has threshold activity of like 15 micrograms, something like that.
Freebase around 15, 20, 20. Tartrate would be 20 would be the minimum. You get above 20 and you start picking up CNS effects.
Yeah.
But still, for Hoffman to have described all those things you described, and then after 2 to 3 hours it stopped, you go, this is kind of crazy. So, and why did he go back and resynthesize only the 25th 5 years later? He made a whole series, maybe 70 or 80 of these things. And it was only the 25th he thought the pharmacologist must have missed something. And he mentions in the drug industry, if you make a compound and give it to the pharmacologist, you don't go back 5 years later and say, that compound you tested and you didn't find anything, I think you made a mistake, you screwed up somehow. I want you to test it again. But you kind of piss off the German pharmacologist if you told him that. But that's exactly what he's planning to do, except for the fact that he ingested this, got in his body somehow. And if that hadn't happened, he would have sent that sample down to the pharmacologist. The mouse pharmacology hadn't changed in 5 years. They would have said, yeah, I'm sorry, Albert, there's just nothing here worth us looking at. So it was just that accidental ingestion, however it happened, that brought things to light.
Yeah, so fascinating. Do you know much about the work that Stephen LaBerge did in this area?
There was a postdoc at Iowa when I went there named Paddy Mulligan from Ireland.
Oh.
And he had been at San Francisco State University as a visiting professor, something where Stephen LaBerge was.
Uh-huh.
And LaBerge had made some tryptamines along with Paddy Mulligan. And then something happened, they got scared or they're concerned about drug laws or something, and so, they fired Paddy, he left, I don't know, and then Stephen left. And I saw Stephen went into lucid dreaming.
Sure, yeah.
And I wrote him an email years ago, or maybe it was even snail mail, maybe it was before email, and I said, "Are you the same Stephen LaBerge that worked with Paddy Mulligan?" And I thought, if there's stuff he didn't want people to know, it probably prickled him a little bit. And he wrote back and said, yeah, I knew Paddy. But so I knew that was the same one. And so Paddy went back to Ireland.
Do you mind if I write this down? Because I'm very interested in...
Yeah.
Yeah, go on, sorry.
Yeah, so Paddy Mulligan, I think he was a postdoc or visiting professor, I think at San Francisco State University. And then he went to Iowa. So when I went to Iowa as a grad student in 1969, Paddy Mulligan was a postdoc there working for Joe Cannon. So Paddy Mulligan actually was going to be the Irish Timothy Leary. He was involved with some of the people who were making LSD, and he had seen like 25 grams of LSD made and weighed out and stuff. And he had a big bottle that he hinted he had planned to take it back to Ireland and turn everybody on in Ireland. But then before he went back, he washed it down the drain because by then the laws were getting really hot and he was afraid he'd get in a lot of trouble. Prior to that, I'm pretty sure it was San Francisco State. So there's a paper by LaBerge and Mulligan. You probably picked it up. I think it's a publication by S. LaBerge, and I think Paddy Mulligan was on there as a co-author. So you could find that paper and see what their affiliation was.
He was at Stanford at one point. Maybe that's when he started the lucid dreaming work.
It could be, yeah. Because I think he was just an assistant or graduate student or assistant when he was working with Paddy Mulligan. Well, Paddy Mulligan had a PhD in chemistry.
Okay, so yeah.
So if LaBerge, I think, was working with Mulligan LaBerge may have been an undergrad at the time, I don't know, because this is like 1969, I don't remember the whole story, but I know Paddy Mulligan was there, and they left it, and I think San Francisco State might be a Jesuit or a religiously affiliated college, and I have this vague impression, my memory is not great on this, that maybe he was told to leave because the stuff they were doing, did not find favor with the good fathers.
Uh-huh.
And so so it was years later when I saw, and I knew LaBerge had published with Mulligan because I had a copy of the paper. And I think they were tryptamines they were making. And so so then when he published this thing on lucid dreaming, he became sort of the master of lucid dreaming. That's when I contacted and said, "Did you work with Paddy Mulligan years ago and all?" And he was very cryptic in his answer, but it was clear he had. I think he thought I was maybe like scratching up some old dirt or something on him.
Right. I've tried to talk to him about it, and he doesn't respond, which is unfortunate because it's historically important to kind of figuring out the trajectory of this research. I've tried to collect everything that's ever been done on it.
See, and I don't know the situation. Paddy Mulligan has kind of disappeared. Well, he was older than me. He'd be 80 years old by now, but he went back to Kevin Street Technical College in Dublin, Ireland. And so it depends on the circumstances. If they were actually fired and thrown out of the university for making potentially hallucinogens, Stephen might not want anybody to even know that chapter of his history.
Right. I've seen him. I think he's certainly mentioned it in interviews before. So I think it's not a secret necessarily, but maybe he doesn't want to go into detail about it. Yeah, it's a shame.
Well, now things are changing. When's the last time you tried to contact him?
Probably 4 years ago.
I mean, things are changing so fast in the landscape now. He might.
And do you know where the Lysergamide evaluations in Tichol come from?
No. Did Hoffman take Lysergamide itself, Urgine?
Or just like the ALAD, ETHLAD?
Oh, well, we originally published the rat data.
Right.
And then somebody has made these, somebody who's a pretty good chemist has made them and put them out as research chemicals. But so I assume the Arrowwood things are people that have bought samples of it and taken it.
But I mean the original ones that were published in Tichol.
Oh yeah, well I sent him samples. That was from Sasha.
Oh, okay, all right, that's very interesting. That's very cool. That's what I suspected was the case. Yeah. Do you know about Eli Lilly's involvement with lysergamides and how that may have been attached to CIA funding?
Yeah, I think Lilly was involved because they had a big program with ergots and they had lysergic acid. They had Ed Kornfeld worked there and did the total synthesis of lysergic acid. So I'm not sure. It would have been all classified, but they had a big ergot program. So who knows?
Did you ever talk to Kornfeld?
Not about that. I mean, I knew Ed. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
So I published a paper in 1976 in the Journal of Theoretical Biology, pointing out that the dopaminergic part of LSD was probably this right part if you took off a benzo ring and I compared it with apomorphine. I superimposed the stereochemistry and I said, this is probably why it's a dopaminergic agonist. And I got a letter from Ed, like a week later, from Lilly on company stationery, before the days, 1976. Congratulations, we've come to the same conclusion.
Huh.
So they made a whole bunch of those analogs. It ended up with quinperol, which is a sort of a standard D2 agonist. It was based on their ideas about dissecting the ergots.
Oh, wow. And it was the sec-butylamide, that also came out of Lilly as well, right?
No, I did that.
Oh, you did that.
Yeah, we were trying to establish if there was a stereochemical space in the receptor, and so we made some of those isomers. And I forget, one of them was more active than the other. And in the rats, it was as active as LSD, but in humans, I don't think it was, or somebody would have discovered it.
Wasn't Nick Sand making one
Yeah,
of those? Yeah,
I think when they raided his laboratory, they found one of the sec-butyl lysergamides.
Do you think he was making that as a result of your research on it?
That would be my guess.
Huh.
I never spoke to Nick about it, but since I was the only one that had reported it, it would make sense, right? And then in our rat studies, it was as active as LSD, so it would make sense if we were making these. They're easy to make.
And what is this that you're stripping?
So this is the first fraction. I'm just sucking off the dichromethane. I wanted to get a first cut out of that, just hopefully I'd get some pure normal compound.
Wow. So beautiful. I'm sure you've seen there's a few papers that suggest there's some connection between fluorescence and psychedelic activity.
Oh yeah, I published that paper. Yeah.
What do you think of that idea? I know was it in the 70s that people were more interested in that?
Yeah, we'd measured native fluorescence of a bunch of phenethylamines. That was when I had made DOB for the first time, 1970 or thereabouts. So I had the intermediates for these compounds I made, and like the nitropropines had a really bright yellow fluorescence.
Or, yeah.
So then I reduced them, and DOM had a really bright kind of a pink-purple fluorescence. So I thought, well, I wonder if there's any correlation. So I went out to, they had, I think it was Oakdale Toxicology Center, and they had a Minkel-Bowman spectrophotofluorimeter. So I made solution of a whole bunch of them and measured the lambda max for absorption and the emission max. Then after we did that, somebody told me that Smithies had been doing a similar thing in Edinburgh. And I didn't know anything about Smithies. So Barfnet contacted Smithies, said, I understand you've been doing some fluorescent stuff. He said, oh yeah. He said, well, send us your stuff, we'll put a joint paper out. Just let me get this. So Smithies sent me some data, and we were using a different scale and a different piece of equipment than he was, so we had some of the same compounds, so I was able to normalize them. And I wrote the whole paper, normalized it. It was published in Experientia, and my name was at the very end. It was all like Smithies had done it. And, as a graduate student, yes, I came to realize as a graduate student you don't get much respect, so.
It is a compelling idea. You have so many high potency 2A agonists that are potently fluorescent. The benzodiazepines are very fluorescent. The lysergamides are obviously very fluorescent. DOM is very fluorescent. Do you think it's a coincidence?
Well, it's something about the electronics of the rings, I'm sure, but I don't know how you would quantify it. I think there's something there, but I'm not sure what it is. I mean, DOB is very potent, but it doesn't have much fluorescence. So, so it doesn't hold up completely.
Right. I've never looked at any of the N-benzyl compounds either. I don't know.
Well, if they've got if the ring substituents are 2,5-dimethoxy-4-alkyl, they're probably fluorescent.
Yeah.
That won't change the fluorescence any.
Have you ever read the book, The Psychedelic Guide to Preparation of the Eucharist?
Yeah, that goes back a ways. I had a Xerox copy of it.
Yeah. I was able to track down the guy that wrote it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a chemistry professor in Texas. Wrote it under a pseudonym.
Wonder why he used a pseudonym.
But that was the first time I'd read about this use of colored lights during the synthesis of lysergamides. Did Hoffman and people like that know that you had to, how photosensitive these compounds were?
I think he probably did. I mean, he was the master ergot chemist, right?
Yeah. Did you ever talk with him about structure-activity relationships of these compounds?
Just in general ways. And we were interested in why LSD was so potent. And, you know, we made those azetidines, and we showed that there was a specific stereochemistry of those methyls. And we published that in 2002. So when Brian got the crystal structure of LSD in the 2B receptor, I said, well, let's see if it fits our prediction, and it did. It was superimposable. So that was kind of cool. But who knew that the 2A receptor had this piece of receptor that folded over and locked LSD into the receptor? You're aware of that?
Yes, yeah. That's amazing. I know that Brian Roth is doing a lot of this in silico work, trying to optimize ligands for 2A. But it seems like these lysergamides are pretty close to perfect. Do you think there's a lot of room for improvement?
Well, if the duration of action and the potency is related to being trapped in the receptor, you might be able to get high potency ligands that didn't get trapped that wouldn't have such a long duration of action. And they might be more useful for therapy.
Right.
So.
Well, that's the other thing that I wonder about the dihydroderivatives, because they wouldn't have active metabolites, and maybe that would reduce the duration in some way.
Yeah, and you know they're not fluorescent like LSD is. They're stable. The dihydro-LSD is a nice white, stable solid. So it changes. It ruins the fluorescence. It changes it quite a bit. Changes its chemistry quite a bit. But it's reported as being inactive, right?
I think it's way down in activity. I don't know that it's ever been tested in humans. But I mean, way down in activity from LSD still can make for a very potent compound. Why do you think it is that a fungus would have evolved to produce these natural products that have such perfect binding to serotonin receptors?
It binds all kinds of receptors. I don't know. I mean, it grew on ergotized grains. So who eats grains in the wild over evolution? Before humans started eating them, animals ate them. So maybe the animals ate them and killed them, and then the spores grew out of animal carcasses. It's possible. Who knows what a fungus thinks? But from an evolutionary point of view, the strategy might be if it wanted to propagate itself and grow on grains, the things that ate the grains would get sick and die. And then the fungus inside them could presumably sprout out, and it would serve as a food source for the fungus.
When you started doing research on serotonergic psychedelics, did you always want to pursue lysergamides? Because I know that you started your career with different compounds.
Yeah. Lysergamides were always attractive because, of course, they were the most potent. But the chemistry of those things is pretty touchy.
Did Shulgin have a chromatotron?
No. In fact, I don't even know if he did column chromatography, to tell you the truth.
Oh yeah, he seemed like a very distillation-oriented.
Yeah. Well, and he got his PhD was all in essential oils, biochemistry of essential oils. The really exotic chemistry was after Peyton Jacobs started working in his lab. Peyton got his PhD at Purdue with Herb Brown. So he went out there and was working as a postdoc for Neil Castagnoli. Sasha would go to Neil's lab to get his IRs and NMRs run. So then he met Peyton. So then Peyton would go out to the farm on Sundays, and they'd be listening to classical music doing chemistry. So Peyton brought in all the cross-coupling and all the new, the newer stuff that Sasha hadn't learned when he was a graduate student, PhD. So if you look at the chemistry, it got more sophisticated when Peyton showed up as a co-author on those papers.
Is that when the Thio-Compounds?
Yeah, well, I started those.
Really?
Yeah. So Sasha came and gave a seminar at the University of Iowa when I was a graduate student. There was a psychiatry professor named Joseph Gao, who he had known, who had been at San Francisco, and Sasha knew him, so he got invited to give a seminar to the psychiatry department. And then I didn't get invited to the evening reception because I was a graduate student. So, okay, that's cool. I'm a graduate student. And then Charlie Barfneck said, the next day, we're going to drive him to the Cedar Rapids airport, so I'll come and get you. So I'm looking at my watch. He didn't show up. I thought, what's going on? Finally, Charlie Barfneck came and ran up the stairs and says, come on, he's out in the car, let's go. So I ran out. So I got to talk to him in the car on the way to the Cedar Rapids airport. And at that time, I had developed the idea that maybe the visual content of these things was related to how easily the parasubstituent was oxidized.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, it was just a hypothesis. Because DOB didn't seem like it was as visual as mescaline. And so I thought, well, what if you put something there that was really easy to metabolize, like a sulfur? So then I said to Sasha in the car, I said, did you ever put a sulfur in the prepare position? He said, no, I tried to do it once, but just got a bunch of tar, and so I just never went back to it. So when I started at Purdue, I found a way to make the starting material. So I made the 2,5-dimethoxy-4-methylthiobenzoaldehyde and wrote to Sasha and said, hey, why don't we publish a paper? I'll send you the aldehyde. You can make the phenethylamine and amphetamine. So we published a paper, psychotomimetic sulfur-containing phenethylamines or whatever. So then Neil Castagnoli was looking for a project for Peyton. So he had the idea that they were demethylated to form quinones. So they thought, well, if we put a sulfur in the 2 or the 5 position, you can't be demethylated, so they should be inactive. So that was a project he worked on with Neil. And then Sasha had called me and said, are you going to do more of these sulfur compounds? Because if you are, then we won't. But I said, no, the paramethylthiol, whatever Sasha called it, Aleph-1, yeah.
Oh, okay.
2-CT and Aleph-1.
Yeah.
So I said, no, those are the only ones I'm interested in. So then he went off and made all the Tweedios and Tudios and all that. You know the story on that.
The Alephs have been pretty much the only compounds from Pichol that haven't appeared on the gray market.
Or what?
The Alephs are pretty much the only compounds from Pichol that have not appeared on the gray market.
The Ellis?
Yeah, the
2CT7 was out, right?
Oh, just the amphetamine compounds, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
the thioamphetamines. And was that because the effects of them were unreliable, or do you have any insight into?
I don't really know. The first one, Aleph 1, was the one that Sasha took and wrote this very cryptic message about it in Tikal. He was going to keep it real secret because I think he had a +5 experience or whatever. And I don't know if I should tell everybody about this. This is so. But then I said, well, I didn't have that experience. So then other people took it, and he realized it was just one of those happenstances where he was in the proper set and setting, and so he had a peak experience. But
I love that section because I think that's such an important issue that a lot of scientists face, this question of if you discover something amazing, what do you do? Do you keep it a secret? Do you tell the world? Is the world ready for it?
Yeah, nuclear energy, right?
You felt that way before as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
There was it this sort of proline type tryptamines, the pyrrolidine containing compounds? Wasn't there a class that at some point you didn't want to publish on because you thought that they may be problematic in some way?
Parachloroamphetamine. I didn't want to. We were pretty sure it would have effects like MDMA, and we didn't want to publish on that because we didn't want to keep people on because I thought it would cause a lot of mischief. And actually, a psychiatrist named Himwich, I think, had actually given N-methylparachloramphetamine to patients, and it said it improved mood, et cetera, And then Ray Fuller had done studies showing that parachloramphetamine was really toxic in rats. So he told Himwich, I don't think you should be giving this to humans. And so that he stopped. But then I knew that because I'd worked in MDMA as well, and I thought, So I was pretty sure that N-methylparachloramphetamine would probably have an MDMA-like effect, but I thought, boy, I don't even want to publish on that because I don't want to give people the idea, because then you might really have some neurological problems.
Right.
So that was the one in particular.
It's such an interesting issue, the neurotoxicity of parachloroamphetamine. What is your take on the mechanism of that?
We published, John Sprague was a graduate student of mine, and we published a paper, and he continued a little bit work after he left. We think it's the dopaminergic effect, that dopamine is taken up into serotonin neurons. And serotonin neurons don't have the capacity to break down dopamine like dopamine neurons do. They don't have superoxide dismutase and all the things that would help to protect the neuron. And so I think it just gets into the serotonin neurons. And actually the serotonin transporter, the SERT, actually prefers dopamine at higher temperatures. So Barker published a study. My research associate had that idea and told him, what about temperature? So they showed that the SERT actually takes up dopamine more rapidly than serotonin at higher temperatures. So what we think happens is all the serotonin gets dumped out of the terminal. And then you have high dopamine levels, and they get sucked into the serotonin terminals and basically damage, because that type of neurotoxicity doesn't kill the cell body, it starts at the terminal and dies back. So it would make sense for the dopamine in there to be diffusing back from the terminal backwards and to be killed as a result of oxidative damage. So we published some papers showing that there was oxidative damage in those terminals. And I haven't seen anybody that really has refuted what we said. So we think it's the serotonin release, the terminals are empty, it's not replenished very fast. And then all the dopamine that's released, because in vivo in vitro you don't see a lot of effect on dopaminergic systems, but in vivo there's an interaction between the serotonin 2A receptor and dopaminergic function. So you see increased dopamine release after MDMA in vivo. So the dopamine gets sucked into the serotonin terminals, and they just don't have the ability to handle it. They don't have the capacity that the dopaminergic terminals do, because dopamine is a pretty toxic chemical. It gets oxidized to quinones that damage the cell. So that's what we think happens.
Why would parachloroamphetamine be worse than MDMA in that regard, if MDMA also releases both dopamine and serotonin?
Well, it's related to potency. I think PCA is quite a bit more potent, but also metabolism. PCA is not metabolized as readily as something like MDMA is. So, that's probably part of the answer.
You've seen Simon Brandt's paper on the reaction between DCM and tryptamines to produce the alkyl chloride on the nitrogen.
Did he do that? I thought David Olson had published a similar thing.
Maybe
They did a synthesis and they used dichloromethane and got some interaction. I never saw that.
You've never seen anything like that happen with lysergamides?
No. That's kind of weird chemistry because dichloromethane is not that reactive.
Could we at some point see a bottle of lysergic acid or ergotamine?
Forgot to put the vacuum on. That would be in a safe.
Okay.
Yeah. Lysergic acid is Schedule 4, I think.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know who's got ergotamine.
Okay. What do you use as the starting material for this?
Lysergic acid.
Lysergic acid.
So when I was at Purdue, I had lysergic acid. It was a gift from Pharmacology. And so when I retired, I had to hand in all my Schedule 1, destroy all my Schedule 1 stuff. But Schedule 2, 3, or 4, so I wrote to Brian and I said, I hate to throw out this lysergic acid. Can I transfer it to the pharmacology department there? And because it was Schedule 4, I did that. So I transferred down here. So then when they wanted to do the crystal structure of LSD, he came to me and says, could you make LSD? And I said, you remember the lysergic acid I transferred down here? Yeah, I can make it. So that enabled him to make get the crystal structures of LSD.
That's horrible. You had to destroy compounds that you'd synthesized?
Huh?
You had to destroy compounds that you'd synthesized?
If they were controlled substances, yeah.
How did you destroy them?
Well, mostly we just run it down the sink.
Ha!
I transferred as many as I could. Like my son has Schedule 1 license for a bunch of things. I transferred things to him. Then I transferred a couple things to another person as Schedule 1. But you basically have to get rid of everything that's Schedule 1. And you have to have witnesses that say, yeah, I witnessed him destroying it.
That's ridiculous.
Well, yeah.
What sort of compounds did he destroy?
Oh, I don't remember. I had, they were analogs of, probably had some N-bone compounds, for example, that became scheduled. So, yeah, it's sad when you have compounds you've made, you use, and you have to say, well, you're going to retire. What am I going to do with them?
Well, it's like an artist having to destroy all the work that they've made.
Well, we've got the archives at Purdue.
Yeah. I was talking with your son, Chuck, about his work on DOI and inflammation. Do you think that there would be tolerance to the anti-inflammatory effects in the same way there is to the psychoactive effects?
The doses are so low, I kind of doubt it.
So they're sub-psychedelic?
Yeah, the doses you usually don't have behavioral effects in animals, presumably wouldn't in humans.
Were you the first person to synthesize DOI?
I don't know. We were the first ones to make the enantiomers of I-125 DOI. And we made 2-CI. We were the first ones to make that. Yeah, Glennon made DOI at one point and published it, and we beat him. He says, oh, I made it, but you guys made the enantiomers. So, well.
Would you say that you had a rivalry with Glennon?
Yeah, apparently. I didn't know it for a long time. He was disparaging me and his group, and I had students and postdocs tell me that. But I didn't know it for a long time. So something was going on.
What do you think Glennon's motivation is? People like Shulgin or yourself, I know that there's obviously a basic science aspect to it, but I imagine you're also interested in consciousness and psychotherapeutic aspects of these compounds. And do you think Glennon is like that as well?
Not really. I think he was mainly interested in exploring the abuse potential, looking at whether, rats would respond as if given some controlled substances. So I think he did some work with the DEA. So I don't think his motivations were the same as mine and Sasha's.
It's such a strange idea to be so involved with this area of research in the way that some people in the DEA are, to dedicate your life to the synthesis of tryptamines and phenethylamines, but not value them.
Yeah. Takes all kinds.
It's sort of a catch-22. where in order to really understand them, you have to have tried them. But if you've tried them, it would be considered to interfere with your objectivity as a researcher.
Yeah. That's an old story, isn't it?
Do you think that really is a catch-22, or that's just kind of a... Because, if you researched music or something like that, no one would ever hold it against you for having listened to music.
Well, nobody held Aldous Huxley's experiment with mescaline against him either. That was before drugs became evil. So there's nothing that's pure evil. So I have a lot of friends who got into this field as a result of tasting psychedelics, though. So we have a lot of productive scientists today and neuroscientists. I gave a talk at a Serotonin Club meeting years ago, and these are people that just studied serotonin, and I start off by saying, I would guess that there are many of you in here who got your interest in serotonin research either as a result of experimenting with psychedelics or having friends who experimented with them. Solomon Snyder is one of the most famous neuroscientists there is. He used to have LSD parties on the weekends. So, brilliant people are prone to experiment. I have a friend who didn't know what he wanted to do in life, and he was an undergraduate, and he took LSD, and a big neon sign, he said, literally lit up and said, be a psychiatrist. He went into psychiatry. He's a successful psychiatrist. So I had another student who came to me. He had a degree. He came here a couple of years ago. He had finished a degree in chemical engineering. I think he was summa cum laude, really bright guy. But he decided to try a psychedelic. I didn't ask him what it was. I suspect it was LSD. He said, but I got a source that I trusted. I read up all the literature, everything I could, and I went to this music festival feeling like there were people there that would have lots of experience. So if I had a problem, there'd be somebody to help me out. So he said, I was sitting up on the hill above the music festival, and when the drug effect started, I looked down at the grass, and the blades of grass turned into little people running all around. He said, then I sunk into the sod, and the next thing I knew, I was up in the air looking down at my body. And he said, and then I had this powerful experience. It was a mystical experience where this light came to him, and he perceived it was, something really important. So he said, so I decided I want to spend my life researching these. And so what would I do? And I said, well, you're a medical student now? He said, yeah. I said, well, you've got 3 more years of medical school, and then you do a residency. By the time you get out, there may be a place for you to do this kind of research. Thank you. I'm so relieved to hear that. I said, if you'd come 5 years ago, I would have said there's no chance. But now the landscape is changing quickly. So there's another fellow who's extremely bright. I mean, he had a degree in chemical engineering, summa cum laude. And now he's going to go into medical school, become a psychiatrist or a neuroscientist of some kind. A really bright guy whose career has been diverted over to studying psychedelics. I think there are a lot of people like that. So, is he biased? Well, he's biased in favor of studying them for sure. But
I was looking, after you first told me about your plan to make this chloroethyl compound, I was looking to see if anyone had done analogous work with tryptamines, and there is a published chloroethyl tryptamine compound. I don't know what it was actually being used for.
we were actually doing that. We didn't publish it. But with the same idea of making something that would irreversibly alkylate a receptor.
Yeah.
And back when I first had the idea, I didn't really know, the nitrogen mustards were known to bind, and like phenoxybenzamine is an alpha receptor blocker, it's irreversible. And so that was sort of my thinking. These nitrogen mustards alkylate things. So then years later, well, say 10 years ago, I saw that they had actually sequenced the alpha receptor after they'd used phenoxybenzamine against it. And it turned out it was alkylating a cysteine that was one turn below the conserved aspartate in helix 3. The 2A receptor doesn't have a cysteine there, it has a serine.
Mm-hmm.
So John McCorvey, who was my last graduate student, I said, yeah, let's make that mutation and see. And so he switched the serine for a cysteine, and the receptor is still functional. So if it does require cysteine there to alkylate, it should alkylate.
Interesting.
But my idea, originally my idea was really naive. I thought it would be cool to make it. Well, and now it's like, what are you going to use it for? Now that I know the way it works, I said, well, there are a lot of receptors that LSD binds to. And so if we wanted to crystallize any of them, if they've got a cysteine one turn below the aspartate, we could incubate it or lock it in there, and that maybe would make it easy to purify the receptor protein.
Right.
But it's more an academic exercise at this point, just to say, yeah, can we make it? Because we had so much trouble figuring out how to do the chlorination. And it was just an accident that we found how to do it. You know, it's tough to retire.
I can imagine.
You know,
Especially now, everything's heating up.
Yeah. When Brian, before I moved down here, Brian and I were at a meeting in, I think, Oxford, and I said, yeah, I'm going to retire. He said, how can you retire? You're like the top guy. And I said, I'm tired of writing grants and being on committees and all the bullshit that goes along with being an academic. Oh, why don't you come and do an indefinite sabbatical in my lab? So what's that mean? Just come down, we'll give you some hood space and buy all the reagents you want. You can just play and have fun.
Huh.
Okay, well, that sounds like a good deal. So this is 15 minutes from where I live. And then we have grandchildren. My wife and I have grandchildren that live in Greensboro, which is an hour north. So originally I was going to retire to Asheville. And Asheville's got 300 local craftsmen. I don't know if you know anything about Asheville, North Carolina.
No.
They have people that make anything you can imagine. Furniture, pottery, paints, musical instruments. And so I was going to retire there and go find somebody, say, making pottery, and say, okay, I'll carry clay for a year. I want to watch how you make pottery. And I'd do that till however long. And then I'd go find somebody that was a cabinet maker. Say, you know, I'll carry wood, and I want to learn how you make cabinets, etc. I'd do that for a year or so. Then I'd find somebody else that was doing something else, and just every year or two go around and say, I'm retired, you don't need to pay me, I'll just do scut work for you, be your gopher, but I want to learn how you do what you do. But then I met my wife, she's from Brazil, and that didn't appeal to her so much. Plus and Brazilians are like much tighter with family than, you know, WASPs are. So she has a daughter in Greensboro with a granddaughter there, and another daughter in Minneapolis, and so she said, no, I want to be close to my kids and my grandchildren and all that. So, and then I actually have 2 grandchildren in Greensboro as well, which is actually sort of how we met indirectly. So I said, okay, well, let's just find a place. We live in a gated community, which I'm not real fond of because of all the regulations and rules. But in Brazil, the crime is really bad. She lived in Belo Horizonte, which is like 4 million people. It's a big city. But she had electrified barbed wire around her house, and the people in her street had paid a guard, an armed guard, to patrol the street 24/7. So, and when I used to go visit her, I flew down every month for 10 months to visit her in Brazil. And we're driving along one day, and the weather's pretty nice there, and I've got my arm hanging out the window. She says, what are you doing? Get your arm in, roll the window up. I said, what? Yeah, if we stop someplace, somebody could reach in, take a gun, shoot us, steal my purse, whatever. No. I said, really? It's that bad? It's that bad. So I rolled up the window. And so when we came up here, we looked at houses, and she didn't really know anything about the U.S. And so then we moved down here. But when I was at West Lafayette, she lived with me for 2 years, and I'd been living there for 36 years when I met her. So there wasn't much crime. It was a safe place. People didn't lock their doors and things like that. So she felt okay there. But then we moved down here. Neither of us knew anything about this place.
How'd you meet your wife? Is she a researcher as well?
No. She was a psychoanalyst in Brazil. And I had gone through a divorce, and my son, who lives in Greensboro, said, you should come and spend Christmas with us. Because the last wife just walked out. I was completely blown away. I had no clue. We were on a cruise where I bought her like $4,000 worth of bracelets and shit. And her sister, she'd arranged behind my back to buy a house to move into. And while we were in this cruise, her sister was furnishing the house with furniture, washer, dryer, and everything. So when she moved back, she was going to move in there and just like abandon me. And that's basically what happened. I was just really unprepared for it. So he says, come and spend Christmas. I said, that sounds like a good idea. So I spent Christmas. I'm flying back on Sunday through the Greensboro airport, and I had to go to O'Hare to get a flight to Indianapolis, where my car was parked. And so there was some problem with the plane. So the gate agent announced, well, they've got to check some maintenance on the plane, so we're not going to board right away. It turned about 6 hours of maintenance. So the pilot and the first officer came up, and I said, this plane, what's wrong with it? To try to get a sense of how long it might be. He said, I don't know. He said, it flew, it handled perfectly, but a light came on, they've got to check. I thought, oh, okay, we won't be here long. They had to fly a master mechanic in from Dulles to fix whatever it was, the problem. So I was sitting across the seats, catty corner across the aisle from this Latina-looking woman. We starts talking, and her mother says it was very rare for her to talk to a stranger. So anyway, she started talking. And she says, I think you would enjoy meeting my mother. Oh, yeah? So she gave me her card and told her mother, I met this guy in the airport, you should email him. Well, her mother, which is my wife now, said, why do you think I would like somebody? Because she was divorced. She was a psychoanalyst. She had an office in her house. She'd go see she saw 30 patients a week. And then she'd go back into her house and surf the internet or whatever. And Anna said, no, Mom, he's a neuroscientist. I think you'll really enjoy talking to him. You guys could be like pen pals or something, you know. And then I told Anna, I said, well, your mother hasn't emailed me. So she called her mother up and said, I told him you'd email him. You need to email him. Email him. Anna, why do you? No, Mom, he would be the perfect stepfather. That's what she told her. So she emailed me and introduced herself, and we had some emails. She says, do you have Skype on your computer? I said, no. She says, put Skype on your computer, because she used it to keep in touch with her kids. We're both in the U.S. And so I put Skype on there, and gorgeous woman. I thought, wow. And so we started I'd be in my office, and if I didn't have anything to do, I'd dial her up on Skype, and she'd be sitting there, or she'd say, I've got a patient till 10, and after 10, and then she'd call me, whatever. We spent a lot of hours on Skype then, and over the New Year's Eve, etc. And so then, at a certain point, I became very intrigued. And I said, what about if I fly back down to Greensboro and we go and have dinner? How long are you going to be there? She said, well, I'm flying back to Brazil on the 9th. So I flew down on the 6th, and I don't know if you believe in love at first sight. I didn't. But I do now, because it happened to me. And this woman was just like, it's like we'd been together before, like if you believe in past lives, maybe we were, I don't know. Anyway, it was like, boom. And so she went back on the 9th. I said, I'll be down to see you in March. And after she left, I thought, March, that's a long time. That's 2 months from now. So then I said, no, I'm going to fly down in February. I flew down there a day after what would be Valentine's Day, and for my first visit there. And we went out to a shopping mall and walked by a jewelry store, and I didn't propose or anything. We just walked in and said, oh, we should get engaged. And she said, yeah, it's a good idea. It's like, she felt the same way I did. Like, it doesn't happen very often. And I wasn't going to get married again. She's my 4th wife.
Oh, wow.
The last one was 3rd time's a charm. And then it was like, I'm never doing this again. I had no intention of ever getting married again. So it was like black magic woman, Santana. So anyway, and we've been married, it'll be 10 years in March.
Oh, wow.
But, yeah, you almost didn't, we had these chairs we'd been wanting to get upholstered for a long time, and we finally found the fabric. She had a couple of zebra chairs. And we looked for a long time to find zebra fabric, because she'd like those. And I thought, yeah, a little itchy, but anyway, she likes them. So we finally found zebra fabric. We ordered some. She got it. Said, let's just reupholster everything. So last week, she called up this local upholsterer and said, pick up we had 10 chairs and some cushions and all. And then I said, hey, Alan Morse is coming next week. We're not going to have any chairs in the whole house. So she called up the guy's Hispanic, Angel's his name. She said, is there any chance you could have these done next week? And he said, oh, Miss Nichols, I don't know. I'll try, but that's a lot of work to get done. We went yesterday just to see how they'd be. He says, oh, yeah, we're going to deliver them today. So now we will have chairs if you come to the house.
Wow. That's great.
Yeah.
That's an amazing story.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart. She's one of these people that if you were freezing, she'd give you the shirt off her back, and then she would freeze. I'm not quite as giving as she is. Like every time somebody does something, like the upholsterer says, we should give them a tip. I said, what? We should give them a tip because they work so hard. I said, okay, so we went and bought them some chocolate. She just does stuff like that all the time. I'm just too tight-fisted, I guess. But she's really generous. So I learn a lot from her about being more human, I guess.
That's great. Wow. That's an amazing story.
Yeah, people have told us I tell the story. Oh, you should write that up. This is so romantic, so romantic.
It is romantic.
I guess. But yeah, it was a miracle. And she had no intention of getting married again. And we are so compatible. So it's kind of amazing.
How old were you when you met?
64.
64. That's
Yeah, so a lot of people who have not found successful relationships, I say, I was never going to get married again, and at 64. So he says, oh, so there's hope for me. So sure, there's hope for anybody.
Did you ever consider making any of the 4 Selenium compounds or
No. Sasha did this just because, that's interesting chemistry.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was active.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I tried to develop compounds for late-stage Parkinson's. We had some in a monkey model. First compound we developed was dihydroxidine. We had a monkey model that was lesioned with 6-hydroxydopamine and couldn't move at all. It was just laying in a cage. And they gave him dihydroxidine, our compound. He got up, stood up, grabbed the hold of the cage, took a banana from the handler, started eating it. Wow, this is amazing. So we tried to commercialize it, but it wasn't orally bioavailable. We did come up with some that were bioavailable later on, but the company just basically, like lots of startups, just failed before we got to that point.
What were the structures?
Oh, they're catecholamines. It was a rigid, it's a tetracyclic structure. I can draw it, but well, anyway, so Pfizer was interested in this dopamine D1 receptor as a target. So they screened a big library of millions and millions of compounds, and they had one that was a hit. So they gave it to a medicinal chemist, and it's not a catechol, and it's in phase 3 clinical trials now. So
Dopamine agonist.
yeah, D1 dopamine agonist.
There's also all that fascinating work on the alpha cyclopropyl methylene dioxyphenethylamine, or methylene dioxy and methylphenethylamine. You seen that?
What is it?
It's like I could draw it, but it's like in the alpha position instead of a methyl group, it's cyclopropyl.
Okay. I don't
As a
know.
treatment for Parkinson's. It's a group in Australia that was.
Was the idea to cause a release of endogenous dopamine?
I'm not even sure. I think the idea was that there's this limited research on MDMA having a therapeutic effect in Parkinson's, and,
Right.
and the idea was to try to harness the anti-Parkinson's effect while reducing the serotonin-releasing effect so that it could be used as a daily treatment. But I don't know what the mechanism of the compound is. Did you follow any of that research on 2A antagonists as a treatment for Parkinson's? It's a
No.
huge failure.
It was a failure.
Yeah, there was a argument made to fast track the FDA approval because they were thought to block Parkinson's associated hallucinations, and they ended up being.
Oh, there's one out there on the market, pimavanserin, which is an inverse agonist at the 2A. It's used to block hallucinations in Parkinson's.
Oh, that's
disease.
probably it.
Yeah, no, it's marketed. I forget what his name, new plat something or other. It's got a name. It's pimavanserin. It's a 5-HT2A inverse agonist. Yeah, marketed.
Yeah, but it seems to be poorly tolerated.
I don't know. They're still advertising on TV, so I don't know.
Yeah.
What kind of side effects did it have?
At least at the beginning, they were saying that it might accelerate the progression of the disease.
Well, I just saw an ad for it within the last week, so we're still marketing it.
Have you ever considered doing work on the 5 position? I know that it makes things very challenging synthetically, like a 5-methoxy-LSD, something of that nature.
5. That's where the chiral center is, right? 5R8R.
Using like tryptamine
Oh, an
numbering.
endonucleus.
Yeah.
The 5, that's the 12-hydroxy, was made by a company in Europe by an oxidation of LSD. We got a sample of it, but we didn't really find anything meaningful. We tried to do the synthesis of the 13 position, butymethoxy, followed a procedure published by Jan Wang, and he turned out he faked his thesis. So we couldn't reproduce it. I had a couple of postdocs working on that project. We couldn't reproduce his work. So I thought, well, this is really strange. So I wrote to his mentor, who was at Brandeis University, and I said, we've been trying to reproduce this work which you published, and we can't reproduce it. In fact, this is what we get. And he said, Jen Wang had a permanent position before he finished his research, so he left before he finished his thesis, and he finished his thesis work in absentia. So he faked his thesis, faked the NMRs, faked the IRs, the whole bit.
Was his PhD revoked?
No,
Wow.
should have been.
How often does that happen in science?
Probably more often than we'd like, but nowadays, with high resolution mass specs and high field NMRs, it's tougher to fake the data.
Yes.
Yeah, I was really upset because I was hoping to make 13-methoxy-LSD, because we had done some docking in the receptor, and it looked like the 13-hydroxy was positioned perfectly.
And sorry, that would be the equivalent of the 5 position in a...
That would be the 6th position.
Oh, the 6th position.
That's a known metabolite. Those compounds with an indole with a hydroxy in the 6th position are dopamine agonists.
Really? I've synthesized a couple of them. I made 6-hydroxy years ago.
It's probably not a 2A agonist, but it might be a dopamine D2 agonist.
Maybe we even sent it off to PDSP for screening.
No dopaminergic effects.
I don't recall. I don't think it had any activity. Most of them, and we've also made a few of the 6-methyl. And there's that guy, Olson, who now has a patent.
David Olson, yeah, on his isotryptamines.
What do you think of him?
Well, he's convinced that he's done the experiments with them stimulating synaptogenesis.
Yeah.
He says, they're 2A agonists. I haven't seen the 2A agonist data. He says they are. But he started a company.
Right, Delix.
Yeah, trying to develop them as drugs to stimulate cortical synaptogenesis. Well, so I guess we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like it's not even clear, even if that is the case, that they have this effect that's a desirable effect. There was that compound NSI-189 that seemed to induce neurogenesis very potently, and it totally failed in clinical trials.
Yeah, I think, he points out you can't target neurogenesis in general, like you don't want neurogenesis in the amygdala and hippocampus, you just want it prefrontal cortex. That's his theory. So he's trying to find some that are selective for cortical synaptogenesis. But I don't know where that's going to go. We'll just have to wait and see.
And it also seems to be based on this idea that it can be done while eliminating any psychedelic activity.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Well, people that take psychedelics usually like the effects. So, it's kind of like when they found out cannabinoids had analgesic effects, and drug companies said, oh, we'll make some cannabinoids that don't get people high but have analgesic effects. But most of the people that were smoking it didn't mind the high. So it was like people who had never had any experience at all. Drug companies thinking, well, we don't want to get these people high, we just want to have a pain reliever. But I don't know. If you could discover that the antidepressant effects of psychedelics were related to something that didn't cause intoxication, I'm sure there'd be a market for it, because the companies would market it as people would take it as pills. But I don't know if you can separate it. If you assume that the therapeutic effect of psychedelics is related to this global increase in connectivity, then there's a psychedelic effect is related to that. And presumably, if you disturb global connectivity, like the stuff Robin Carr-Harris has done, presumably that's a psychological component of that.
Yes.
Which is what I think. I think the mystical experience is like a biomarker of the underlying process. So, the question of, well, do you need the mystical experience for a therapeutic effect? Kind of is not the question to ask. I think it's just a biomarker of the underlying process. You don't need the mystical experience, but you need the brain dynamic network reset of some kind. So if you assume that's necessary for the therapeutic effect, then I don't know how you can get rid of that and still have a therapeutic effect. So, I don't know. There's TrkB and AMPA receptors and a whole bunch of stuff involved in that.
Right.
Just have to see whether people pull that off. I kind of think you won't have this effect without the psychedelic action.
Well, Johnson & Johnson certainly made peace with it in terms of S-ketamine.
Yeah, well, but that's, for people who've had S-ketamine, it's not a experience that's mind manifesting, if you will. It's a dissociative effect, out of body experience, but I haven't seen anybody that say they really like it and it has any parallel to what happens with the psychedelic.
Oh, yeah, yes, but at least relative to racemic ketamine, I think it's interesting. There's this idea that if pharmaceutical companies start to develop psychedelics, they're going to have to strip out everything that is mystical or spiritual or interesting to make them profitable commodities. And with ketamine, it was the complete opposite. It was the more psychoactive, more psychedelic or dissociative enantiomer that was approved. And so it's actually a stronger psychoactive drug than what was previously on the market.
Well, it's an interesting time because there are a lot of players are getting into the field now,
Yeah.
including some big pharma people trying to see how they can make money.
Yeah. It's really interesting.
I spent my whole life in this field and never thought we'd get to the point we are now in my lifetime.
And it happened so quickly.
Yeah.
Do you ever talk with Speeder or any of the people at Upjohn?
You mean original Speeder and Anthony?
Yeah.
And is he still alive?
He's not. I tracked down his children and tried to ask them if they knew anything about his attitude toward that research. They said he never talked about his research.
All confidential, probably proprietary.
Because, with the approval of alpha-ethyl tryptamine, at least in the 60s, and all the work they were doing on those compounds, it really makes you wonder if they were trying to kind of start a psychedelic pharmaceutical market at that time, and it just didn't quite catch on.
Yeah, I don't know. So alpha-ethyl tryptamine they developed as an MAO inhibitor. And so I think they were trying to develop antidepressants.
Yes, and it was approved.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Monase.
Yeah.
But my impression is that it had an effect like MDMA. It was a bit of an entactogen.
It does, yeah.
But I don't have any personal experience. Does it?
It does, yes.
Does, yeah.
At doses higher than what was approved.
Uh-huh.
But it has a euphoric effect even at the approved dose, which I think was 15 milligrams.
Yeah, so the alpha-methyl is a psychedelic. The alpha-ethyl is an entactogen.
And the alpha-methyl was also a Soviet antidepressant, Indopan.
Was it?
Yeah.
I must have been whacking people out.
Yes. I think it's really interesting because it almost seemed like it could have happened in the 60s. It was so, people often, I think, blame Timothy Leary or hippies, but, Sandoz had already pulled any
Indeed,
kind
yeah.
of pharmaceutical production of it long before Timothy Leary was a household name.
And they wouldn't let anybody get access to the drug master file either. That was also a major impediment.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I forget what year they pulled it, but because there were people that they wanted to use LSD, but they had to access the drug master file that Sandoz had filed with the FDA, and they refused to grant anybody access to the drug master file. So that was also a major thing in shutting down LSD research.
But it seems so close, as if it could have almost gone in the opposite direction.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, oughta.
Yeah. I wonder. Do you know the story? I've heard that Pindolol was first synthesized from 4-hydroxyindole that was in Albert Hoffman's lab. Do you know if that's true?
Don't know if that's true. I mean, it's made from 4-hydroxyindole, but whether they got it from Albert Hoffman, I don't know.
Yeah. It's kind of a last.
Was that a Sandoz product, Pindolol, originally?
I believe it was, yeah.
I mean, so it's possible.
Yeah.
Boy, Albert Hoffman would be really amazed today, wouldn't it? How many years ago did he die? What year did he die?
2009 or 10 or something like that? 11?
But there's been now with the FDA approving MDMA for PTSD, fast tracking it, and psilocybin breakthrough therapy for treatment-resistant depression. I mean, Albert would be going nuts to see all that stuff now.
Yeah. You mentioned that you were interested in this possibility that it was some kind of oxidized metabolite on the 4 position that might contribute visual effects to psychedelics.
Oh, that was, when I was a naive graduate student.
Ah.
Yeah, so that was why I had the idea to put the sulfur methyl thiol there. because it presumably would be more easily metabolized, so I thought it might have a lot of visual quality. But of course it doesn't. That was just my naive ramblings as a young graduate student.
It seems that there hasn't actually been as much research on that aspect of psychedelics as you would expect,
Yeah.
on what the pharmacological determinants of the visual experience are.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at psilocybin, LSD, and mescaline, they're all pretty highly visual. But if you look at some of the other things, I mean, some of the later generation things, just, run-of-the-mill garden variety psychedelics, I don't think they're that visual.
Right.
When you read the literature, it doesn't sound like they're that visual.
Well, certainly things like 5-MeO-DMT are almost totally non-visual. And do you think that has to do with the ratio of affinity to 5-HT1A and 2A, or?
I don't know. We made a compound where we optimized the 1A effects. It was a pyrrolidine 5-methoxy. And the story that's in Nichol is not actually accurate in terms of what happened to that individual. But nobody wanted to take it anymore after they heard the story. I don't remember what he said in Nichol. I read it and I thought, this isn't actually what happened.
Huh. And they're very unpleasant compounds.
Apparently. I don't know how many people had experimented with it. So the person who actually was messing around with it and shouldn't have been smoked what he thought was a reasonable dose, drank some scotch, and was going to watch Star Trek on TV. And his housemates came in, and he was gone, and furniture was turned over, and his clothes were in the floor, and they thought, where did he go? Where did he go? The police found him in a parking structure, wandering naked, completely blitzed out. And no memory. And I happened to go down looking for him because I wanted to have a discussion with him about some inappropriate things he was doing. And I said, where is he? And everybody was like, does anybody know? And about that time the phone rang. It was him calling from the Lafayette Police Department, wanting somebody to bail him out. He needed $400 or something to bail him out, or $200. And I actually had some cash, that much cash. So I said, okay, let's go get him out. So we bailed him out. And what the story he told was he didn't remember anything. He smoked this stuff. We called it mina bird because the pyrrolidine looked like the beak of a mina bird. And that's the last thing he remembered. The next thing he remembered, he woke up in this building, in this room with no windows. And there was an intercom, and he went over and he pushed the intercom and said, hello, hello, and he heard laughing on the other end. He said, where am I? And they just laughed. So, he had no clothes. He just wrapped in a blanket. So they had found him wandering nude in a big parking structure and thought he was, intoxicated. It was a big weekend at Purdue. It's called the Grand Prix weekend. They would have these go-karts that would race like 50 miles. And so all the fraternities and sororities, they'd go out and get drunk, and it was a big party weekend. So they just assumed he'd been out partying. So he managed to evade anything more serious. But he woke up, he said, I didn't know where I was. There was just a room with no windows. And I said, where am I? And they laughed at me. And so apparently a very tiny dose, though, of this stuff.
Yes.
And I don't know, that's the only account I know. I read this account in Nichol. I don't know whether any of Sasha's friends or whether anybody else had really smoked or not, but it sounded like something nobody wanted to mess with.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes, yeah. I mean, I've had very limited experience with the compound, and that's also extremely active and not pleasant. But even 5-MeO-DMT is sort of unpleasant unless you cross a certain threshold where you essentially lose consciousness. It makes it very, very different from something like LSD or mescaline, where you're present for the experience and can interact with your environment.
Yeah, when Sasha first told me about it, he said, well, he sent me some tenacitum vulgaris, an herb, and he said, take 10 milligrams of 5-MeO and sprinkle it on there and hit it with a heat lamp so it all soaks in, roll it up and mark it off in fractions and, smoke little bits of it and all. And I found it incredibly anxiogenic. I thought, God, who would take this? Like, this is terrible stuff. But then if you apparently go to higher doses, 10, 12, 14 milligrams, blows you into another dimension or something.
Yes.
It's extremely powerful.
Yes. It's almost a different class
Yeah.
within the psychedelic umbrella. You have these sort of pseudo-dissociative compounds that seem to have much higher affinity for 1A, and they seem totally non-visual and highly dissociative.
Yeah, we thought the 1A maybe was important. That's why we made a bunch of tryptamines that had increased 5-HT1A affinity. That was one. We went back to McKenna's paper when he looked at the affinities at the 1A and 2 receptor for a whole bunch of tryptamines with different nitrogens on. So we picked out the Proldil as the one that had the highest 1A. So we'd made that and made some others with the Proldine. So I think the 1A really does have some significant effect.
Yeah. Have you read that first, I'm sure you have, the first publication on the head twitch response where it was almost like they had this kind of bizarre motivation for doing it, that they wanted to show that there was some kind of irreversible behavioral change that could occur in rodents with the administration of a psychedelic, and they found that if they injected indole, that it would cause long-lasting head twitch response. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
I'll send it to you. I'm sure.
Yeah, I'd look at it.
Yeah. But I think the idea was that they were trying to show that there was some kind of irreversible change that occurred after the administration of psychedelics. Do you think if a fungus hadn't biosynthesized this scaffold, humans would have ever independently discovered it?
I doubt it. It's so hard to make, even knowing the structure, it's so hard to make synthetically. There would have been, what's the motivation?
Kind of miraculous, these things like Lysergamides or salvinorin A.
Super potent. Yeah, and why is salvia? I mean, that's broken down the body really quickly. So you can't imagine it would be a defense for the mint plant. Must just be an aberrant thing that's formed, some error in metabolism, I guess.
But that would then create something with such extraordinary biological activity. I mean, I suppose there are these coincidences in nature, but
Well, the enzymes are three-dimensional. So they're reflecting all kinds of biological targets. We're all made out of L-amino acids, right? So if you have a chiral enzyme that makes something, if it has a target, it's probably going to have high affinity for it.
yeah.
But why salvinorin? I mean, it's in the mint family, it's a condensed terpene, so it just could be kind of an enzyme in there that just serves no purpose. I don't know.
This is a weird question. I've noticed that Lysergol is very inexpensive. Do you have any idea why that's the case? And why, is there anything that can be done with it besides making maybe like Lyseride or something?
I mean, it's probably a natural product, right? I don't think it's synthetic.
I don't know.
It's a CH2OH here,
Yeah.
and they may have maybe they reduced lysergic acid. And then you can, if you have like an ergoline like Parladel or something like that, you could convert the alcohol to a chloro, displace it with a cyano. That would make Lurgatrol. So they may have used it as a precursor for things functionalized at the 8 position.
You can get it on eBay now.
Lysergol?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the chemistry. Maybe there's a way to oxidize it.
I think there are, but then you have to deal with the sensitivity of the double bond.
Yeah.
Which complicates everything. What do you think of the 2-bromo-LSD as a treatment for cluster headaches? Do you think that there's something special about that compound, or that it's sort of overblown?
It was always considered to be an antagonist, and people said, well, why is it an antagonist? But actually, John McCorvey looked at it, and it's a weak partial agonist. So it may actually be activating the receptor and then turning on a different set of signals.
Yeah. There's another just random question. What is this German guy? His name is like Traschel or something.
Daniel Trachsel
Yeah. Have you ever spoken with him?
had a lot of correspondence, so we published a paper together.
Yeah.
He has a big, thick book in German about fluorine.
Oh, you wrote the introduction to his book. Sorry, I forget that you've done absolutely everything, and that if I mention anything, you had some major involvement with it.
A lot of times that's true.
It's completely true. So you wrote the introduction to that book, which I have, but I have to do Google Translate on each page to attempt to extract any information from it. Is he as amazing as he seems? He seems like the German Shulgin.
Yeah, well, that's probably a good analogy. I mean, he's made so many compounds. And
Is he an academic?
no, I don't think so. I think he works for a company. Yeah, and I think they make analytical standards. So he makes a lot of phenethylamines and tryptamines as analytical standards. I actually don't know what the company does, but pretty sure he works for a company.
Have you spoken with him about his, because in some of his publications he talks about the human potency of the compounds that he's synthesizing.
I think he takes them and he has friends. I think he is like a Shulgin was his model.
Very interesting. It's always nice to see that there's still people out there that are.
I haven't seen anything recently from him. Of course, that book is a huge body of work.
Yeah. Is there any compound that you've wanted to synthesize, you just couldn't figure out a way to do it?
Well, for a long time it was this one, because I couldn't figure out how to convert the alcohol to the carbon. I used a lot of neutral conditions, triphenylphosphine and carbon-10, triphenylphosphine and all kinds of things, and just really couldn't make it work. And so this simple procedure was like, boom, worked like a shot. And if I could get it pure, or if I could get the starting material pure, I think I could get this pure, because I don't think there's any epimerization. But that's the only one I can think of. Well, total synthesis of lysergic acid. I wanted to make 13-methoxy here because ergoline's hydroxylated over. That's a metabolite of LSD. Is hydroxylation over here.
Right.
But there's Lurgitrol, which is a cyano here. It was and has no double bond. It was developed by Lilly as a dopamine agonist to suppress prolactin secretion. And a major metabolite was the 13-hydroxylurgitrol.
Right.
And they characterized it was 100 times more potent than just lurgitrol itself. So I thought, well, if LSD is also metabolized there, and it is, maybe this is 100 times more potent than LSD as a dopamine agonist.
That would be fascinating.
So we tried to follow the synthesis of this Jen Wang's paper from Brandeis. And he supposedly had this synthesis of lysergic acid. And I had 2 postdocs to work on it. And finally we did a really high field NMR with deep decoupling and cross-coupling and all the things, nosy, cozy, rosy, and all the things they could do, and concluded that the intermediate was not what he said. And when you looked at it, you said, oh, that makes complete sense that that's what happened, because chemically. So, and then his PhD advisor, he was one of the reviewers of the manuscript. We sent it to the same journal, Organic Letters. He said, yeah, you've got it figured out. But he's still running around as Dr. John Wang or something, which I thought, that's kind of despicable.
It is despicable.
I mean, he should have just said, the chemistry didn't work. He could have found out the same thing we found out, that it didn't work, and here's why. And that would have been his thesis. But he was determined he was going to do lysergic acid, and then we tried to do it, it doesn't work.
And it really just wastes so much time.
Oh, yeah.
It's just horrible.
Well, I had 2 postdocs work on it, because I thought, and I couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. And it turned out this intermediate he'd made wasn't what he thought it was. So, yeah. And because if we were doing this just to reproduce his synthesis. And then we were going to start, you start with 4-bromoindole here, and we were going to start with 4-bromo 6-methoxy and do the same synthesis, and then have the methoxy here at the end. And we couldn't make we couldn't make LSD. And 2 postdocs, probably 4 man-years off and on of time wasted. I could have been doing something else. So I was really upset, and I was always proud that our work could be reproduced. I had somebody call me, I developed the asymmetric synthesis of hallucinogenic amphetamines. And Morin in Bennington, Alabama, picked the synthesis up. And I was talking to them. They were trying to troubleshoot it because they'd made a mistake. And then when they got it to work, they said, yeah, we got better yields than you got. I said, that's great. That's great. You would not only reproduce it, you got better yields than I got. It really honks me off when people, publish something that you can't do, is not reproducible. And it never worked. But how do you prove that?
Yeah. I suppose when something does work, it really deepens your appreciation of someone. Like I remember reading recall as a freshman in college and thinking this is so amazing, and then studying chemistry, and then getting to the point where I could actually follow some of the procedures and realize, oh, it actually works. And then that just gives you an additional layer of appreciation for someone like you or someone like Shulgin to see that these are procedures that can really be applied. What do you think of neuroimaging in general as a way of answering psychopharmacological questions?
It's coming along. They just published, Timmerman just published another paper with intravenous DMT. Just came out the other day. Did you see that?
No.
So they showed with alpha oscillations are decreased and increased delta and theta oscillations. But anyway, I think that's what it was. I know the alpha oscillations were suppressed. And they said this is exactly what happens when you do EEGs on people who are dreaming. So they're suggesting that the effect of intravenous DMT actually is producing like an awake dream, like a lucid dream. So, but they got that from looking at the neuroimaging. So I think it takes intense computational power. There are different ways to do it, and we're just learning how things are working in the brain from a dynamic point of view. But I think it's going to give us some really interesting things.
Yeah, that's another thing that I really love about Shulgin is that he was smart enough not to waste time with really a lot of kind of pharmacology in general. He kind of understood chemistry, this is experience, everything in between is extremely complicated, and he almost didn't bother with it all that much. And I know that there's a tremendous appetite for this kind of explaining what bridges chemistry and experience, and neuroimaging is what's typically offered as that bridge. But sometimes I think that it doesn't have as much explanatory value as people think that it does.
Not yet. I think we're getting there. I mean, they've just been doing neuroimaging for, 10 years maybe, and it's the computational power is increasing. They're getting new algorithms all the time. So I think it'll provide more explanations as time goes on. But I think psychedelics in combination with neuroimaging is a really powerful tool. Otherwise, I don't think we'd be learning as much.
Right. Do you think that historically there has been a sort of disregard for experience?
Well, our culture has become so jaded with experience. I mean, when Aldous Huxley took mescaline, he wasn't considered a criminal, right?
Yeah.
And most people, not all, but most people didn't consider Sasha Shulgin a criminal. Some of the DEA folks did. But, he was saying, I should be able to put things in my body that I want to put in my body. And there's nothing immoral about that. So the experience has been missing. I mean, where do you find experience reports on Arrowwood? Like, that's not exactly a proceedings in the National Academy of Sciences, right? So,
and yet, it's kind of, there's a tension there, because on one hand you could point to it and there's often something totally ridiculous about it. The people are teenagers, there's no analytical confirmation of what they're consuming. It's often a polydrug intoxication where who knows how many compounds of what identity at what dose are being consumed. But at the same time, these are assuming that maybe at least in aggregate, these are very important data points.
Well, yeah.
And sometimes they're all we have.
How else would you get them?
I mean, you must have had an experience, with a compound that you invented. You studied something like, for example, MDAI, where you've, done all this work with structure-activity relationship of these amino-endane compounds, and you've looked at them in rodents, and you've looked at their affinity for different receptors, and maybe constructed a sort of hypothetical idea of what they might do, what they might feel like, and then have you then, searched on Reddit or Arrowwood and read all these reports and been astonished to see how things are different or similar to what you expected?
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. Well, I'm surprised a lot of the things that we made got out of the lab and showed up with people taking them without really any toxicology at all. I mean, some of these people are really either brave or foolhardy. The thing about Sasha's work is he stuck within a category of substituted phenethylamines, where he pretty much knew, for the most part, what they were going to do. But you start, and what's an aminoendane do? Or aminotetralins, or some of the rigid analogs we made, we had no toxicology on them. Most of them were more difficult to make than what the average chemist would be willing to tackle, but some of them weren't. You know, look at MTA, methylthioamphetamine. I mean, that was really a dangerous compound. We developed it as a selective serotonin releasing agent, not knowing it also inhibited MAO. So somebody said, oh, look, Nichols did drug discrimination and MTA substitutes for MDMA. Must be an entactogen. So somebody made a bunch of them, put them in tablets and sold them, ironically, as flatliners. Well, I wouldn't want to take a flatliner if that's what they were marketing it as to begin with. But and people died and they didn't understand. And I said, you know, it isn't just serotonin release, which is the only thing our rat model would show. There's dopamine and norepinephrine and other inhibitors, uptake inhibitors, and enzyme inhibitors. So you don't know any of that stuff. So I think you have to be pretty careful. I mean, the guy who discovered aspartame made a dipeptide, put his finger and tasted it. Well, he was lucky. It was just a dipeptide. He figured it was safe. The guy who discovered saccharin, I think, put his cigarette on the bench and got some on the tip and put in a sweet. I mean, those things don't happen very often, but for a lot of the things they make, you wouldn't even want to try that.
Same thing with antabuse. I mean, there's a rich history of this, either intentional or accidental self-experimentation.
Yeah, and we're not going to change the culture, I'm sure.
I mean, for better or worse, it's how we learn. We learn a lot that way. It might not be ideal. It might not be the most responsible or mature way of going about things, but
you know, as an academic, if you were doing those things as a pharmacy professor, if I was taking things up in my lab, I probably would have been fired.
right.
So, you know, there are situations where maybe you can get away with that. Companies will fire you. If you're working for a company and they find out you're tasting your stuff, they'll fire you.
Well, here's what I wonder, though, and let me know if you disagree, but I think that there's something about the implication that these compounds will cause pleasure of one sort or another that makes them controversial. If you were studying capsaicin derivatives or something like that, and you said, hey, I decided to try this, heptyl derivative of capsaicin to see if it's more or less spicy than capsaicin, do you think it would be as controversial because there wouldn't be this implication of pleasure?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. No, I speculated once to someone, I said, suppose you invented a molecule that had it wasn't addictive, it didn't have any cardiovascular, any adverse effects, wasn't carcinogenic, it just made people feel really good. Now, of course, you could argue maybe it would be addictive, but maybe it wouldn't be. But it would be banned. If it had no adverse effects, didn't poison people, wasn't addictive, and people just like to take it, I'm sure it would be banned. It would be made illegal. It goes back to this old Calvinist notion we're all supposed to suffer, and
And that suffering is noble.
that suffering is noble. Yeah, if you believe that.
I don't know. It's a confusing idea. And then I guess there's also the fear that if there were a culture of self-experimentation, then the ambition of graduate students would cause them to endanger themselves because they would want to be the first person to take the greatest risk, to make the most discoveries or something of that nature.
Yeah, of course, their professor probably wouldn't let them do that if he was smart.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's a controversial area.
And in some instances, it's either self-experimentation or nothing. These compounds, I think, are a prime example. If you don't have a target that you can study, it's one thing if you're looking at relative affinity for 5-HT2A or something of that nature, but if you don't know what it binds to, you don't know how it works, and there's no animal model of the effect, then it's self-experimentation or nothing.
Well, like I said, if Albert Hofmann had not done that self-experiment, we would have lost a really important tool, I think. So, now, he didn't do it deliberately the first time. The second time he did, because he thought, maybe this is it, and took what he thought was a minuscule dose, 1/4 milligram. But had he not done that self-experiment, it would have been lost to history. We wouldn't have this. The whole psychedelic revolution, the therapeutic benefits, all that, none of that would have happened. So sometimes things turn on a dime. Yeah, and I think people say, oh, Sasha was really foolhardy. He was foolhardy to test all those things on himself. But he was working in a known class of compounds, too. They were all phenethylamines that had sort of a relationship to mescaline. There weren't any that you looked at and you said, like putting a Telluride or selenium, and he did some of those, but basically he was working in a class of compounds where there was some safety. He didn't have to, although he says he started at microgram doses and worked up. I don't believe he really did on most of them. In the very beginning, he might have. But I think he recognized, we can start with a half a milligram or a milligram and then work up. And he recognized that the class of compounds wasn't that dangerous.
And not to say that what he did was safe, but I think people overestimate the danger of work with novel compounds and underestimate the danger of taking a cocktail of pharmaceuticals that might have, maybe they went through clinical trials, but how much is really known about taking Strattera every day for a decade, or taking guanfacine every day for a decade, or taking all sorts of anything.
Yeah, you don't know in long term because there haven't been studies like that. They don't know until it gets out in the market and people have taken it 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Then things might show up, but you don't know that when you start. They do limited toxicology tests, and I don't know how long in a dogs for 1 year or 6 months. Basically, they don't test it for a lifetime.
And even with these compounds like cannabis, like THC or methylphenidate, that would be considered some of the most studied compounds in all of pharmacology, there's still fundamental debate about, are they neurotoxic, are they beneficial, are they damaging? I mean, it's a question that is ultimately so complicated that you could almost argue it's unanswerable.
But I mean, the culture really contorts the view of all that. This idea that the drug war started it, and the idea that they're evil, and people who take these are evil and demented and deranged, and really, they're not. When the DEA came the last time they inspected my inventory, I had a 2-gram vial that was about half full of LSD tartrate. And the guy picked it up, he says, "Is that really LSD in there?" I said, "Yeah." And he put it down like it was a hot potato. I thought, geez, not that dangerous. So there's the impression among ill-informed people that these things are really dangerous, when basically they're not dangerous like that. I mean, if you were taking them all the time or overdosing, yeah, anything can be dangerous when it's abused, but just for him to go, "Oh, that's that LSD. Are you allowed to make this?" I mean, it's like, come on, get real.
And of course, should they ever encounter one of these substances, there are these reports of DEA agents that are processing a clandestine lab and they might be exposed to LSD. Well, they're going to be horribly predisposed to a negative reaction due to at very least due to the nocebo effect, because if you truly believe these things are poisons and you think that you just poisoned yourself with them, what are the chances that you're going to have a good time?
Pretty low.
Yeah. Well, it was really a pleasure to see you at work.
Well, I hope it was enough.
It's definitely enough. It's really beautiful.